Hi guys! Big hello to everybody and big thank you. You guys are so sweet checking in all weekend to make sure I'm good with the hurricane. We were great on the East Coast. I had a window screen that just gave up, fell out, but we got that taken care of. But other than that, our friends over on the Gulf Coast and then, friends in North Carolina, Tennessee, all these areas that are dealing with floodwaters. There's a lot of people out there that got hit really hard and I think unexpectedly with this hurricane. At the top of the chat, I pinned a link to a organization called Team Rubicon. Now, they do a lot of boots on the ground. They clear routes so transport can happen again. They do a lot of debris removal. I know there's other charities out there like Red Cross that people think of. I was just trying to think of one off the fly that I have a good impression of. They don't really have much social media marketing, but they do a ton of work. A lot of military members and veterans join in, Army nurses, and they're part of Team Rubicon. If you guys have any other organizations that you can think of, or you have a message to get out there, drop it in the chat. We can talk about it. Because some of the stuff just watching, I don't know if you guys got a chance to look at what was going on with the flooding in North Carolina. Just insane, insane footage. Turns my stomach to watch. So I hope everybody, all of our friends are doing well. Use the chat as a tool to, raise awareness. I know if we see the Nutty Brunette in here, the Nutty Brunette is looking for someone that might be in North Carolina. She is looking for help locating a family member that she can't get in touch with. So please use this chat as a tool to do so. And hey to everybody that's hanging out. Good to see you guys. We're going to keep it positive, but always keep in our thoughts everyone that's going through not just something tragic, but also unexpected. I mean, how do you plan for a flash flood like what's happening in Appalachia? Just crazy, crazy stuff. Heck yeah, Nuts says good work by Team Rubicon. Yeah, tons of impressive work that they're doing. And in Charlotte, let us know about your weather, your rain. And even Georgia had some. Georgia had, I saw the pictures from Buckhead, the flooding in Buckhead. So, and then FEMA as well is always another one. And then good morning, you guys. So back to actual, YSL, what we're doing here. We are going to be doing the rest of our rewind of Detective Dennis. I think we'll get through the rest of it. We left off with Love going through essentially a write-up of her PowerPoint presentation following the sequence of supposed, alleged retaliatory shootings. We left off right before, because she jumped around a little bit. She's about to go into a line of questioning that really relates to Pee Wee Roscoe. Look how long this break is. They have a huge sidebar. We don't get to know what it's about. And you can see they're going into this car, this white car, the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting. And then they end up breaking for the day after another extremely long sidebar. So not much that we're going to pay attention to from the rest of day 72. We're going to jump to one part of this where we do hear a complaint from Keith Adams. I timestamped right to it. Listen to what he says. And of course, eventually we will get to cross-examination, which I'm sure you guys are more excited about. Make this bigger. Oh, why did it jump all the way back like that? I had it queued up and everything. Hold on, I wrote the timestamp down. I was prepared for something like this. And I'm not kidding when I say everything else is pretty much a sidebar that we can't hear for this day.
Yes, sir. Everybody.
Sorry, everybody present?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, wait. And hold on. Thank you, SteffJK. Oh, you guys should show love to SteffJK all the time, anytime. If we use Slat for Steph, it works. Steph love all the time. But she's so sweet. She just gifted 10 memberships. Everybody, make sure you show Steph some love. SteffJK is one of the best people out here on YouTube, and she just did something super, super nice. Thank you so much. And then Chris MG just became a member. Thank you so much, you guys. And then, yeah, I think I queued this up right, but we'll see. I think Bruce goes up for a second. We'll get a Bruce Harvey appearance. But listen carefully to what Keith Adams is going to take an issue with.
It's nothing to do with anything.
Fix your tie, bro.
He said fix your tie.
Nothing to do with you.
So Bruce approaches for a little bit by himself.
Just
Here we go. Here's Keith's argument. And remember, this is Detective Dennis
sir.
on the
Yes,
stand.
Just so
Not
picking
in the
back
room.
up on our earlier approach in regards to questioning of the witness about a file or documents, investigation conducted by Investigator Robinson that I indicated we did not have. Madam Prosecutor indicated to the court that yes, we've been provided that in discovery. That's not the case. I've had an opportunity to pull back up what we received from the state, which is they said was a 4-page report. What I've got is a 9-page report from Officer Robinson that makes reference to Officer Robinson conducting video recorded interviews that his report says he has, audio recorded interviews of different witnesses involved in a Dex Montgomery case that he says, according to his report,
He being who? I'm sorry.
Officer Robinson, but he says, I conducted these interviews. They're available upon request. We've received none of those. In the 9 pages, it makes reference to an extensive investigation conducted by Officer Robinson and different witnesses he spoke to, different items of audio taped recordings, videotape recordings, none of which we have. And so the representation that was made to you earlier, unless they can show me somewhere in the discovery where we've looked, I don't see it. I don't believe we have that.
Okay, what are you asking me to do, Mr. Adams? Because at the end of the day, what is it you're seeking from the court?
Guys, just look at, you guys know how Love is with this podium. We just saw her do this the other day. She doesn't want to go near the podium, but when it comes to an argument and another attorney is up there using the podium to make an argument against the state, she has no problem inching up to that podium in those circumstances only. Like, look at her. Look at her. Like, come on. And since I'm on audio, I didn't realize it was SteffJK's birthday. It is Steff's birthday, so make sure you give her a big, big birthday wish. And then Auntie Heroin became a new member. Thank you so much. And then the Nutty Brunette has joined us. So earlier when we started this stream, we mentioned that the Nutty Brunette is trying to locate a family member in Burnsville, North Carolina. Thank you for giving me the township. If anyone is in the area, please contact the Nutty Brunette. We're hoping to find someone with a drone. And please don't apologize for that being off topic. Is it okay if I drop, I'll share a link to the X post that I saw from you this morning. And I'll continue to share it. That way people have a way to contact you, since, you know, links aren't always the easiest thing to share in the chat. But does anybody know anyone in the North Carolina, more specifically close to the Burnsville area, or an organization that's out there helping to look for people? Because that would be a big help. Again, everything that's going on there, the flooding, just insane. Communications are out. Entire roads have washed away. So it's hard for anyone to get in and out. That's why people are looking for drone help. Okay, so I'm going to put a link to, it's just a link to the X post that you tagged me in here. And there, let me go and change this pin. So I'll talk about Team Rubicon, and of course you guys can shout out the different organizations as we go. Remind people as they come in. But I'm going to put Nutty Brunette, I'm going to pin a post with her in it if you guys want to be able to contact her. That would be very helpful. And again, it's a big part of that, you know, this is no way a slight to what's going on in the Gulf Coast, but they have all the search and rescue, they have the Cajun Army, they have so much going on there because it was expected what was going to happen. They knew about the storm surge, but all this stuff happening in Appalachia, I think it was just unprecedented. I mean, just some of the stuff that's coming out. So if we could point our friends like Nutty Brunette in the right direction, that would be super, super awesome. And yes, I think Carrie Williams over in West Tennessee, just like a ton of water. Like, I can't even believe my eyes. It feels like a movie in a bad way. So keep that pinned, and you guys in the chat, feel free to be off topic in that regard. I don't mind at all if you guys want to talk about it or point people in the right direction.
Well, two things. I'm asking them to turn over the discovery that we are entitled to. They're questioning the witness on the stand right now about it. And in fact, we're getting some misrepresentation on the stand about there's no investigation that had been done. Gaither and Dennis had to come behind and do all the things that Investigator Robinson did not do, that according to his report, he did in fact do, but we don't have those items.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams is not being entirely candid in terms of what we have just asked about. So, Mr. Adams.
Let's not say he's not being totally candid. Let's just say we have a disagreement at this point in time, because nobody intentionally wants to violate 3.3 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Responsibility, you nor any of your colleagues. So let's just say that we differ.
We differ.
Okay.
We differ.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Adams referenced items that were not asked about of this witness at the time that I was questioning Detective Dennis on direct. I asked him whether or not there was a lineup of D'Angelo White. I asked him whether or not inside the file that they received from Detective Robinson, was there surveillance footage, multiple angles of surveillance footage? I asked him, were there interviews of Walter Murphy? Mr. Adams knows that those items he has because we've already introduced them and we have talked about them. Everything that I have asked this witness about, we have introduced as evidence.
So when you're asking those questions, the purpose of asking those questions, I from the court's perspective, I assume is that to potentially show what was not in the small report that Detective
Yes.
Robinson
Yes.
that Robinson did that we cannot find at this point in time.
No, what I'm doing is showing what all Robinson did not do, that Detectives Gaither and Dennis did do, and that they then provided to the state, which we then provided to the defense.
So in other words, once again, she's not addressing the core issue that Keith Adams is raising. She's just going on and on and on about the other thing that we're not taking issue with.
So this is testimony that the jury should be allowed to consider in light of Mr. Sharp's questioning of Detective Gaither and her report. So the
But
point,
that's separate.
it is separate, but
That's a separate issue. You got her report, that's a separate issue, and then you got Robinson's report, which is a separate issue.
Right.
So which one are we focusing on at this point in time? Robinson's report or lack thereof?
yes.
Okay, all right. So
Thank
what's the issue for the court at this point in time?
So what I have asked,
No report
No, there is a report.
from Robinson.
and Your Honor, we're talking,
Okay, and was that turned over to you in discovery?
it was.
Mr. Adams, was that turned over to you in discovery?
Yes, the report was turned over.
Okay, Robinson's report.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what is there left for me to resolve at this point in time? If that was turned over to you?
What is left for you to resolve is to order them to, well, first of all, the report makes reference to.
Which report? Robinson's report?
Robinson's report.
Okay.
Now, Keith is about to repeat himself because Love just derailed everything.
Reference to audios, videos, interviews that we do not have, that we've never received from the state. And let's not confuse the issue. She just stepped up and told you a minute ago that the only thing in the report was a 4-page report. That's not true.
Okay, all right. So, okay, but let's clarify. But let's clarify. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Let's just clarify, Mr. Adams, okay? There may be other things that the 4-page report refers to
Yes, sir.
that you don't have.
That's correct.
And that are missing for whatever reason.
They're not missing. No one has said they're missing. We just don't have them.
Okay, but if you don't have them, they're missing.
Well, no, if we don't have them, they haven't given them to us.
One does not equate the other. Because if the state doesn't have them to give them to you, it's because they have a duty to turn them over. If they didn't give them to you, that would be an ethical as well as potentially a Brady violation.
Sure.
So you can't really intimate that on them unless they have it in their possession. They're telling you they don't have it.
They've not told me they don't have it.
Okay.
They haven't given it to us.
All right. Well,
And the law presumes that the police department and the DA's office are the same
Yes,
for purposes of law enforcement, purposes of discovery.
you are correct.
They're presumed to have as well. They're not.
Okay, but there's a presumption, but the presumption can be rebutted. If they tell you as officers of the court, we have searched and we don't have it. And we have gone through all the steps and we don't have it.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, if they have it, or we find out they had it, then that's one thing. Then we'll certainly deal with that. But have you all searched to ensure that you don't have any of those
Your Honor,
any of those videos or interviews that were in Robinson's report?
the only file that we have is the one that we were given by Detectives Gaither and Dennis after the conclusion of their.
So you don't have
So we
any
don't
of those other, I would say, documents by incorporation from his report? You don't have any of those?
We do not.
Okay, all right.
Your Honor,
Can you all approach? Let me ask you one more question. I need to ask you this. Come on up, Mr. Adams.
All right, and then so they end up doing this long sidebar again and again. If you're joining late, hello. But before we had this argument about the stuff that's referenced in the reports that was never actually turned over in discovery, we also had another extremely long break and sidebar. So this is really how these long days with Glanville used to go. And to be honest, there's a lot of this with Whitaker still too. The sidebars seem to move quicker with Whitaker, but they're still happening pretty frequently. So that's really the end of that day. Let me pull over day 73. Now, day 73 is going to open, to no one's surprise, I'm sure, with more arguments before they get into finishing up direct testimony with Dennis, and then we'll be able to see cross-examination. And then there's a count to hear someone makes a comment down here that's hilarious. State, objection sustained, 99%. Get this queued up. We'll get the captions going. And again, all day, if you guys want to talk, and I'm about to put a banner up, if you guys know an organization or anyone that's boots on the ground that could help someone in the path of any of the damage from Hurricane Helene, please chat about it. The pinned comment right now is Nutty Brunette is looking for help locating a family member. That's in Burnsville, North Carolina. You know, a lot of the communications are down. Like, stuff is just completely washed away. So any help at all, any organizations you want to mention, or anyone that can help connect somebody with someone to help locate a family member, please, please, please talk about it in the chat. We have a off-topic rule. We can be off-topic today. So get this banner up. And I'll get Nutty Brunette in there. And on a positive note, we are also celebrating SteffJK's birthday. So let's see. We get started right away with an argument on this day. We get closed captions on. They might do roll call, which we can skip roll call. Glanville used to make sure everybody was in the courtroom before we let anything start, which was kind of nice. I actually liked that. And the court audio is still off, even though she's talking.
Works.
We're missing whatever she's starting off saying. So that sucks. Or it's appreciated, who knows. So it looks like it cuts on right around here.
Gaither originally involved in the objection Montgomery case. I was going to pick up from yesterday and ask him, when you received the file, you described its contents. Did you see any immediate in the file? He said yesterday that when they got it, they stapled it shut. The follow-up question is, why did you staple it shut and start?
I think he's answered that yesterday, remember? He answered that saying that he and Detective Gator wanted to do their own investigation, start from scratch, because there was not really a lot in it.
Right. And what the rest of what that answer is that they have been asked to come to Zone 3, I believe, to speak with the Brandon Robinson, because Brandon Robinson allegedly had information on the cases that they were working. When they got into the room with Brandon Robinson, he turned his chair backwards and said, "Tell me everything you all know." And they said, "That's not how this works. We were told you wanted us here to give us information." He gave them scant information about who he knew. Specifically, he said that he went to school with Defendant Williams, and he gave them some other little biographical information that they didn't find pertinent. At that point, they thought this is not the kind of information that we're looking for. They then left. Detective Dennis says that his understanding, his memory is that they turned it over, they reported it to IA.
Reported what to IA?
They reported their concerns, the way he puts it. I didn't want to misspeak, that's why I was gonna have him say it, but he says that he believes, but is not sure, that they may have turned it over to the FBI, and he may have been,
He being who?
Mr. Robinson may have left voluntarily, or
Does he know, or is he speculating?
that would be speculative.
Okay, well, okay. Yeah, then that would be improper. Okay. I would say you stay out of it. I mean, as Mr. Sharp mentioned yesterday, we don't have anything about that. And if you're trying to insinuate that or tie that Mr. Robinson may have had some connections, there's no way for them to test that. So that's why the other information would be critical.
Understood, Your Honor. There was also an incident that is involved in the Judge Montgomery investigation where Mr. Robinson was involved in a traffic stop of, I believe it was Rodney Allison. And the keys to a Dodge were given to Investigator Robinson, and Detective Dennis or Gaither never received any keys to a Dodge. Because there's not something that ties directly to what's in this file, as a result of that, I wanted to tell the court everything that you knew about Detective Robinson, but there was nothing that I wanted to get into regarding that stop or even regarding.
So you're not going to get into the stop. You're not going to talk about the keys.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So I wanted to ask them what caused their concern. He would say that, and I can have him not say anything about Defendant Williams. I can have him say that he offered them scant information instead of giving them information. He asked them for information.
Okay.
And they walked out because the only charge that he looked ultimately, as Detective Dennis has already testified, and I think Detective Jacob, the only charge that he ultimately had brought was a false information charge or something like that.
Okay.
But certainly we can keep away from, I won't get into his connections, and I will try to make sure that he knows.
Well, the court's concern is that, I mean, I think that today, from the court's perspective, given the conversations we had yesterday with your colleagues from the defense, you've gotten out what you need to in terms of what the file is. We already know why he, being Detective Dennis, went ahead and started their own investigation over again. He said that yesterday. So there's really no need to kind of ask him what else has been in the file. Now, if the defense wants to ask him about what the stuff that wasn't turned over or is not turned over is
But I just
is not found or not located, that's one thing, because
This is literally like 20 minutes of the two of them talking to themselves. Like, that's really what it seems like. Oh, man.
it's part of the report. But I think that you don't really gain anything by asking, and you open yourself up for more issues with going the route of the of that interview, because Detective Dennis also testified about that as well. That's the court's weigh in on that. I mean, that would be what I would recommend, given what you all told me yesterday.
And we want to give to the court asked that we give them a copy of the document that was.
I have Mr. Sharp was kind enough to give me his copy of the internal affairs summary.
No, I know the report.
And okay, I got that, but I have that one as a court exhibit. I also needed a copy of the report.
Right, that's right.
Okay, and so that will be the next court exhibit in order, just to complete the record that I considered. That was yesterday, yes, Ms. Weaver.
You know, I think I was basing it pages.
There's 9 pages. It's 10, but there's nothing on the reverse side of the last page.
And I think you said that, Ron, but there's nothing on either. It's not two-sided. It goes from Robinson's report.
The one I had yesterday, I think, was 2-sided.
It wasn't. I have one.
Okay.
It was 160 through 169.
9?
We'll not take that.
Well,
Hold on, I've just gotta laugh because you guys are like, get this girl an iron talking about love. But the other day, when Mr. Kokomo had a wrinkly, like, linen suit, the chat was like, I can iron that for him. But here we're just like, get an iron and give it to her and make her do it. Oh, you guys are funny.
we can compare and bring up what I have.
Why don't you show that to Mr. Adams? Because I thought it was 160 to 169.
165. That's why the court thought it was two-sided.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but there's actually front and back. Is there no front and back?
No, I looked at it when I
Okay.
said
All
Mr. Adams can come look at that.
I didn't. You're right.
Sorry, this one sheet that's not here. This is
While y'all are looking at that, let me take roll. I didn't do that. All right, we're back on the record of matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell.
A cover sheet.
great. So you're
So
on.
weird. That's how insistent he was on doing roll call, that he did it like in the middle of stuff that was already on the record. But okay. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Smith. All right. So I think that's like the end of roll call there. It's okay. It's okay. That's a hilarious bias. And everybody has their bit of bias here and there on different topics. That's okay as long as we're aware of it. I broke it. I broke the stream. Let's get it together, YouTube. And in the meantime, send some good thoughts to FFS. I hope you are feeling better. FFS says, Kat, I miss you guys. I'm finally out. That place was brutal to be at. Hope everyone's well. Yeah, I hope you are doing well. Thank you for sending well wishes to all of us. We're gonna refresh it. Look at me breaking things. That's what I get for trying to skip roll call.
That's fine. I'm not concerned about those.
Great. So, Your Honor, as Mr. Adams has, I believe, satisfactorily reviewed, it's pages 161 through 165, one-sided. So it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages.
But let me, for purposes of clarity, what we received in discovery, identified as under Officer Robinson, is a total of 9 pages, 5 of which I'm told specifically Officer Robinson's report. The other 4 of which are either a cover sheet by Officer Detective Dennis, Gaither, excuse me, and some pages by an Officer
Crowder.
So that's what I've got. It appears to be the same thing that we looked at the bench on yesterday.
Yes.
My question, obviously that was not our main concern. Our main concern was where the items were referenced, and I think the court asked the state, or directed the state, to do a quote unquote deeper dive for the items that were referenced specifically, audio recordings, video recordings, and anything else that was referenced in that police report.
And Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that after responding to what the court first asked. So the court asked us how many pages there were.
So
We did not identify those pages as Officer Robinson's report. They were turned over as part of the Dexter Montgomery file. But this, what Mr. Adams is referring to, is actually Detective Gaither's report that she sent over to the complaint room, as is evinced by the cover sheet Mr. Adams just referenced with Gaither's name on it. And Gaither included the 5 pages of Officer Robinson's report that Mr. Adams referred to. So we didn't identify 9 pages as coming from Detective Robinson.
Okay,
Mr. Adams
so
did. So it's
part
5
of it came
pages.
from Detective Gaither and part of it came from Detective Robinson.
No, to be clear, Detective Gaither gave us that whole thick file that they have as part of discovery with all these interviews in it. What we're saying is that the 5 pages of that whole thick file that Detective Robinson did is the information that Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither testified were all that they had from him.
Okay.
So that's why I'm giving you the 5 pages that go from 161, include 162, 163, 164, and 165.
Okay.
I think we'll make this a little more complicated than it needs to be. I think
It's
the question
simple.
was, is what she's about to hand you the same items that we viewed yesterday? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Except that
But I took a look at I took a look at all 9 pages.
Yes.
well, you took a look at all.
So all so you got to include that as a court exhibit.
You already know, Mr.
Okay, I looked at even though the focus was those 5 pages, I did have the other 4 that comprised, when Mr. Adams was up here, I was talking about the,
160 through 165. That's why the court thought that they were double.
okay, but there's a cover sheet. There's 4 more pages, there's 4 more pages I saw yesterday.
Your Honor, the only thing that, in the record, if you were on the record, so it shows 160 through 165. The cover sheet was not shown. The reason that it is sounding more complex than it is that Mr. Adams is referring to things that the court did not see, but that he thought were part of Mr. Robinson's report. The court didn't see that. All the court had saw was 160 through 165. And then as I noted that it was 160 through 165, the court opined, oh, it must be double-sided. And that's the reason that the
Okay,
court
well,
had 9 pages.
Mr. Adams-
Mr. Adams said 9 pages.
Okay, well, why did Mr. Adams say 9 pages then?
Because he got confused. He thought that the cover sheet and Robert's report were part of Robinson's report, as he has just shown me here at the podium. I'm not trying to disparage, I'm just telling you what happened at the podium. So the clear answer to what the court is saying, there are only 5 pages by Detective Robinson. I brought them up to the court. Mr. Adams represented 9, but that was a mistake. That's okay, because that was Gaither's file, not Robinson. The only thing the court saw yesterday was 160 through 165.
As it pertains to Robinson.
Yes, and
Okay.
even that part, Your Honor, 160 is not Robinson, it was Crowder. So I have in my hand 161 through 165.
And that's exclusively Robinson.
I agree that what you're about to get to enter into this court's exhibit is what you viewed on yesterday, what I had in my position. No issue there.
Okay, all right.
All right, so, Your Honor, would the court like for me to?
Just give them to Ms. Weaver. She'll take care of it. Okay.
All right, so while we're doing that, big shout out also, we're getting more gifts. SteffJK. Happy birthday to Steph. Steph is like spreading the generosity around, gifting another 5 memberships. She already gifted 10, so that is 15. Super, super nice of you. You guys, love all day for SteffJK. Love that rhymes. But not only is she a great person, she's a great mod and contributor to this community. She's great to see anywhere else in the YouTube world, but it's also her birthday. It's her special day. So Steph love all the time in the chat. And FFS says, happy birthday, Steph. Tons of presents and cake in this chat. Hope it goes well. Now, all day we're going to be celebrating birthdays, so tell us your favorite cake or cupcake, Steph. And then OG Cappy says, Kat, you see where the defense went to the bar. Now, I didn't know that it was the defense that filed it, because I just saw the registry for the filing. But if there is a copy of the complaint, especially if it's from the defense and we want to look at it, that would be cool. The supporting documents, you know, it looks like the defense is part of the supporting documents because whoever filed the bar complaint is attaching documents that happen to be submitted by attorneys in the courtroom. So this is what I'm talking about here. I haven't seen the actual complaint. Now, anybody can file a bar complaint. So I just didn't know if we either have a copy of it or we know that it was the defense attorneys that filed it. That would be awesome context. Okay, so apparently it came from Steele. Because, yeah, when I had looked at it, I didn't see the actual complaint. It just looks like a database that tells you somebody was named. So, yeah, if anyone has the actual... Because I know they attached the motion to disqualify that Brian Steele wrote, but that does not mean, to me, that's not enough, right? So if we click here, supporting documents, these supporting documents do not mean that the person that wrote these filings is the person that filed the complaint. So just so we're being clear here. Okay, then Classy read a filing from Doug Weinstein this weekend. Was it in a stream that he talked about other topics with? Let me see if I see that clear by his title. Let me see. But again, so there have been a few times, and it's not to criticize, it's just for me to be cautious about what I'm personally saying while I'm the one on the screen. But there have been times where somebody would see something like this, open this up, and think that because the supporting document happened to be written by somebody, that this complaint must have been submitted by the same person who drafted these supporting documents. And that's just not the way bar complaints work. Anybody can file a bar complaint and attach supporting documents, even if they're not the person that drafted the supporting documents. So, but yeah, if we get the actual, and it's not a light thing to say an attorney filed a bar complaint against another attorney. So definitely want to make sure we're clear on that and not just assuming that because we opened this and when we get there, we scroll to the bottom and see Brian Steele's name on it, that we assume that he's the one that filed the complaint just because he's a supporting document. That's not how it works. And I'm looking, there is no complaint actually here. So if you guys want to send me the actual complaint, it's not listed on this site. And this is just a website called GdThgYrPretty list. This is not like the Georgia bar. If we go to the Georgia bar, this is also just part of this website that's called GdThgYrPrettyList.com. So, but yeah, so until we actually... And then Classy Beats. What stream was that on that he did that? Or maybe it was a video. Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. So I'm wondering if we're getting confused in the chat because I'm not aware of someone having read a bar complaint. And sometimes when you're able to read bar complaints, it's because the person filing the bar complaint has shared a version of it. So, okay, so member video. All right, it might have been members only and then became public because I don't see it there. I mean, was it one of these? This is just Classy's channel anyway. But yeah, guys, we got to be careful about what we're saying because there could be a confusion. There could be some confusion just because we're looking at, I'm telling you, somebody could have just looked at this site, saw these supporting documents, saw that Steele wrote these, and concluded that Steele was the one that submitted the bar complaint. And that's just not necessarily the correct conclusion to draw. And then Tay Biz, is that still up? That video from Tay Biz? Okay, so that's an attorney brought it up on Dear Woke Christian's channel. And then let me pull up. Because did Tay Biz have the actual complaint or? I mean, to me, in Tay Biz's stream, it looks like he's reading from a directory website as well, not the actual document. So again, if I show you the screen here, this is the same directory where it's citing that motion to disqualify. So no, I don't see any actual filing pulled up here, the complaint itself. So. And guys, just to be clear, a website named GdThgYrPretty list, you know, it's just a directory. It doesn't mean that they're going to have the actual bar complaint. So this is why we've got to be careful, because to me, my conclusion is not going to be that Brian Steele filed the bar complaint just because his document, his motion to disqualify, which was filed weeks ago, was used as a supporting document. And then you guys are saying, Dear Woke Christian. Okay, so Adrian Love. Let me see. And sorry, wait, Pamela, this is Dear Woke Christian, you're saying? And I'm not doubting that a bar complaint was filed, but I mean, we have, you know, there are people that are just members of the general public filing complaints. And if someone filed a bar complaint, it could have been a member of the general public saying like, look, I'm unhappy with the way this is going. I think there was a Brady violation here. And not that that person can't do that, but that's very different than saying one of the attorneys in the case filed a bar complaint about opposing counsel. And yeah, we have some, I heard Doug filed it. Okay, in a video. All right, so this is the video that from Classy. But I mean, do we see the actual document? No, it's the same, unless we see this is the same directory again. So, and that he's just reading the article that's cited as a supporting document. So this isn't the bar complaint itself. So I'm still of the conclusion nobody's seen the actual, or what's this? Maybe this is it. Nope, this is the motion to disqualify from several weeks ago, like August. So that's not a bar complaint. That he's just reading the supporting documentation, you guys. So there you go, you guys. Like, we're going to get back to this Detective Dennis testimony, but that's why it's really, really, really important to kind of understand what exactly things are and what they mean. The legal world is really complex for a reason. Attorneys get paid big bucks for a reason. I know it kind of sucks to think about, but there is a reason for it. They need to be on point and clear and correct all the time, or it could cause huge problems. It's not just like, oops, I put a little too much sugar in this recipe. Oh no. Like, it's a little bit more important for attorneys to do their job with accuracy and precision. And again, great with the chat, you know, check this, and we can kind of figure more out together. And then one last thing I saw you guys mention, the subpoena for Sylvia. Now, my only take on that is if somebody is issuing a subpoena to, we're going to say Google because that's the actual example here. The best I can say is get a motion to quash in place, because there's a difference. If somebody subpoenas me for something and I just don't want to comply, I might face repercussions, but if I don't want to turn over my physical device to you, oh, I don't know what I did with it, oops. But this is different. If the account belonging to Sylvia, if there's really a subpoena going to Google for anything relating to her account, Google's not just going to be like, oops, I'm not gonna comply, blah, 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 blah. So Sylvia's best move, if it's legitimate, and even if it's not legitimate, she should make sure she checks, right? Always verify. But she's got to get a motion to quash in place if she wants to put the brakes on that. Because You know, again, if the subpoena was to Sylvia herself and she didn't want to supply something, there'd be more steps involved to get things produced or to compel her to produce. But since you're dealing with a company that has a whole legal team that's dedicated to responding to these requests, she should be expedient and get on a motion to quash to put the brakes on that, pump the brakes on that. So I have heard about that, but, you know, there's really not much I can speculate to until, you know, we see some of the filings or she gets a response or, you know, there's some more back and forth. And I think since it's a weekend, you know, we've just got to wait. We've got to be patient because court's not going to give Sylvia an answer on that today or tomorrow. So I know 48 hours. We got to wait, guys, for some information. Okay, good. She's got a lawyer on it. And that's good. I mean, you know, a motion to quash isn't necessarily, it's normal, right? You get it. You draft the motion to quash, you get it submitted. But as long as you get it submitted, at least there's something that will make a judge look at that and say, all right, well, before the subpoena necessarily goes forward and Google starts sending stuff over to the DA, we at least have something in the way of it. So, but there we go. And that's good. Yep, definitely good she spoke to an attorney. And then Classy also says, so shout out to Classy for keeping it, you know, as accurate as he can. Classy said whoever filed the complaint. There you go. And then we were in the middle of, oh, they were just submitting the report finally, getting it on the record for Miss Weaver. So we're going to resume. Oh, and I have the link sitting in the chat here for Classy's video and I never hit enter. So hitting that now. Sorry, guys. It's just sitting here where I type. There you go. And we'll hit play and we do have Love finishing up direct. Then there's some sidebars and breaks and then we get to cross-examination finally. So let me know how you think of this speed here. Thank you so much, you guys, too. There's other chats coming in. LP322 says, Kat, so happy to see you today. I'm so glad we're doing something on the weekend. It's felt like I've been gone forever, haven't hung out with you guys in forever. Glad we're doing this. Shannon Alexander says, what, when? I think this might have been about the bar complaint, which, you know, we just don't know who filed it or what the complaint actually says. And not for nothing, guys, but some bar complaints can be frivolous. They can just be from someone that's disgruntled, but it's not really going to go anywhere. I think there's a pretty high bar for a bar complaint to actually turn into some type of corrective action against an attorney. So until we see it, we don't actually know what it is. It's just something that maybe makes us feel good, like, haha, they got a bar complaint against them. That's really the most we've got. So thank you, Shannon. FFS says, Steph, I got you 1,000 bottles of baby oil shipped to your place. No diddy. Happy birthday to Steph. And thank you for the 5 FFS. Peter Ortiz for the 2 says, no hat, Cat. Yeah, my hair was wet when I started the stream, so I couldn't put a hat on. And then LP322 is gifting a membership. Thank you so much, you guys. What a fun day. And then hold on, did Nick get one? No, they need to leave Nick alone. A subpoena? I didn't hear that, but I was tired. I was trying to sleep yesterday. I couldn't make the Friday panel, so I might have missed that. So I hope Nick didn't get one, because I don't know. That sounds like a pain in the butt. Like, it's... How would he even deal with that? I'm assuming jurisdictionally they're going to say Google's in the United States. I don't know. He's in a whole nother country. Oh boy. Right, like, well, but the thing is it him getting it or is Google getting one for his stuff? Because there's a difference if Google's getting the subpoena. Right? So Melnick did say he was going to file, but then apparently he didn't actually do it. I think I heard that on a stream, but that doesn't mean things have changed or that was accurate. So I don't actually know. Don't actually have a solid answer on that either. But yeah. Okay, and he looked at Sylvia, the email from Google that Sylvia got. He looked at it on his live stream. So, yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see where that goes. But again, correct move for Sylvia, get a subpoena and get that motion to quash in place. Because again, it's a different story when they're subpoenaing Google versus subpoenaing you. Like, Google and you are not the same thing, right? Google has a whole team that's set to respond to these types of things. So just because you want to sit on your hand and refuse a subpoena wouldn't matter if the subpoena is not actually to you. So, and thank you, Matt Rose, for becoming a member. Let's see. Let's go here. Get back into, sorry guys, more love.
Next issue would be two things.
Yeah.
The entirety of the internal affairs file that we referenced in our discussion at the bench, that we had 4 pages of a summary of disciplinary reports from the investigator.
Yeah, I asked her to ask about that.
We asked for the totality of the file. They said that they would look for that or contact whomever. And we asked for the totality of Robinson's file, including the audio tape and videotape items that were referenced in his report, that they said their investigative Green had made contact with the Atlanta Police Department about, that there was an email that Ms. Hilton had, that they would provide the email, number one, and they would have investigative Green or someone reach out to the Atlanta Police Department again to see about the totality of Officer Robinson's report. And that's what we need an answer for this morning, as to whether they've done any of that and what they have.
Okay.
Your Honor, we did go back and reach back out once again to the Atlanta Police Department, the major that we spoke of yesterday. He gave us the same response, that there are no recordings as referenced.
Recordings as to
Mr. Robinson report. The IA information, I believe the court gave us a deadline to get that to the court.
2 weeks.
We reached, right.
Yeah, to see whether or not, because it may come up later.
Right.
It may come up later.
Right,
And so we
also just referenced in their conversation with Detective Dennis, that they spoke to him about Officer Robinson, that there's some interview or some discussion between Dennis and Gaither and Officer Robinson that they obviously know about now, that there's some possibility of an FBI file or something, the case that had been turned over, that it appears.
But that's, he's speculating. He being Robinson is speculating.
Right,
He being Dennis.
Dennis is speculating.
Obviously, Dennis has some information about that he shared with the state. So it looks like there's more stuff out there we simply don't have or don't know about, and certainly should have had, and really should have known about in order to properly cross-examine any witnesses about saying, including this.
There are two.
Because if it goes to the Montgomery case, if there was something in that investigation done by Detective or Officer Robinson that's relevant to our cross-examination of any witnesses in that case, then we should have had that, and we did not have it.
Okay, here's how I'm gonna solve this issue, because we're going around the mulberry bush.
Robinson summarized what he did in that case.
If you, all right.
He didn't summarize. There's nothing that's in Robinson's summary that is contrary or counter to anything anyone later told detectives.
But that's not, but we don't, Mr. Adams, hold on. We don't know that. That's why you need to try and find the other information. If you can't find it, you can't find it. If Green's inquired again, but know this, if it comes up later and we find it, I'm going to take some other remedies.
I don't even know that it exists, but we will.
Okay, but I'm just telling you, if it comes up, fine, it surfaces.
And Your Honor, that was part of the reason that Detectives Gaither and Dennis took it over, because they did not see all of this stuff that should have been in a file.
Okay,
And the file
but that's fine. But here, and I think you've gotten all the mileage you're gonna get out of it. I'm telling you, based on what you just told me this morning, there's no other reason for you to ask Dennis about anything, about any other interviews, of him going over to, for them going over, because they started their investigation again. And all this other stuff. It's speculation on Dennis's part, but I think in all candor, you probably need to ask him. And you all probably need to look.
Ask him or not?
You probably, no, you all outside our presence in hearing, you probably need, with a representative of defense, you probably need to ask him, okay, look, there may be no truth to no truth, and I'm not disparaging him at all, but there may be no truth, rumor, or innuendo as to what he knows about Robinson, or you may, but you've at least got enough out there at this point in time where it's like, you should probably inquire. Was there an FBI investigation?
I did do, and he said he does not know. But
being Dennis?
Being Detective Dennis said, I thought that there was, but I think he got terminated, or he resigned before he was released. That's all that he knows.
Okay, have you all gone to, or had one of your investigators go over to APD Internal Affairs and ask about this particular history? Sit down, eyeball somebody and say, hey, Could you just tell us whether or not there is a recording, a video, or any other source documents you use to talk with Robinson? If they tell you, nope, we don't have them, or it's going to require you doing X, Y, and Z, then you probably need to do that. But
We'll go beyond the major that we've spoken with, and we will have someone physically go to IA wherever they are at APD. But we have, just for the record, we have spoken twice with persons at the Atlanta Police Department. And as far as the internal affairs, that's the 2 weeks down the line. We haven't.
Okay, but here's the thing: internal affairs may have, you don't know, but they may have those things that are referenced in Robinson's file.
John said it's funny. She grandstands at the podium back now. Like, now we only see her go up there to, like, nudge elbows and, was it Brian Steele? She tried to kick out of the way of the podium the other day, and Brian Steele was like, no, I'll just stand back here. But she's up there, she's at the podium, and she's getting so worked up, and now she's got to fan herself because she's overheated. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yep, same thing. Chip says, I forgot how easygoing Love was with Glanville. Right, they're just like chopping it up over here. Like they're about to order, like, do we want to split a wing and fries basket? Watch the game together, even though we're on the, fans of opposite teams. Like they're good old friends. Oh man. And big thank you to Peter Ortiz gifting 5 memberships. Look at that. We have tons of new members today, tons of new green. Super appreciate you, Peter. Also this weekend I was a little lurking, but got to see you hanging out in some other streams, so that was really cool. I was laying down trying to take a nap and wasn't very talkative though, but I saw you out here in the YouTube streets. And then Matt Rose just became a member and said, I'm bringing one more with me, gifting a membership. Thank you, Matt. So yeah, and look at how much time. This is 31 minutes into this stream. You can't see it because of the banner, but it's an extension of the same argument we ended with on day 72 that ended with an extremely long bench conference. And it's still going. It's still going.
Robinson's report, I should say. We don't know, but at least you can say, hey, nope, we don't have them. We run everything to ground and everything else, and they're just not there. But it might also give you some historical knowledge as to what or the circumstances are. But we're not gonna have Detective Dennis talk about anything involving this investigation, SIA investigation, or any linkage to any of the folks here. Yes. In terms of Robinson.
Okay.
Okay.
The only other thing was that I was in the middle of asking him whether or not certain things that have been introduced as evidence and certain things that were a part of the file and provided in discovery, whether or not they were in the original file from Robinson.
You asked that.
That is the part where Mr. Adams objected and approached him and said that the stuff that I asked him about, they hadn't got it.
But did you get all the way through? I think you got all the way through that.
I had to stop.
Okay.
But the point is, she's asking questions about the entirety of the file, which we don't have. That was really the basis of my objection. That we don't have, we don't have the entirety of Robinson's file. And then that's what those questions were about.
No, Your Honor, those questions.
Let me finish.
And so, not only are we talking about potential Brady material that may have been in that was in Robinson's file that we don't have, but we're talking about her asking questions now about something that we can't properly cross-examine on because we don't have it.
And that's the question.
But see, but you all can.
We have no way of testing or questioning what.
Well, Mr. Adams, I'm going to let the state complete their examination as to what is in the file. You can ask thorough and consistent cross-examination about to Dennis about what he may or may not have considered based upon the pages you got, 4 pages you got. And if I find out anything later, I'll order the state to recall the witness and I'll take some other steps. So
I do want to just to be on record that we are, and I may have said this at the bench yesterday, if I did not, then I want to come record now. That from our position, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we believe that there's Brady material that should have been turned over to us that was not turned over, that it was at some point and possibly still is in the possession of the police department, which is the same as being in possession of the DA's office, and that I believe that they have violated our constitutional right to receive Brady material in doing so. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record. We don't waive anything in regards.
I understand that, but they all.
So, Keith Adams has been saying the same thing since we started with that little clip from day 72. What he's looking for, what his issue is completely clear to me. Put a 1 in the chat if what Keith's issue is clear to you. Put a 2 if you think it's not clear. This has been like 3 hours. of Love fighting this request or complaint or issue that Keith Adams is raising about, hey, there's some stuff being referenced that we were never provided in discovery. So if it's being referenced, it must have existed at some point. And if the DA's office has it, or if the police station has it, if APD has it, that's an arm of the state. They're all part of the same entity. It's Brady, and they should have provided it to us. That's Keith Adams' issue. And Love has been arguing it for the better half of the afternoon of day 72, and is now arguing it for the morning of day 73. On and on and on and on and on. Like, hello. And then SteffJK had said that this is FFS gifting another 10 memberships. So, SteffJK and FFS, shout out to the 2 birthday co-conspirators in the chat, because together they've gifted 25 memberships. And, you know, conspiring for some gifts and birthday cake, I'm all for it. That's a good kind of Rico. You guys show some thanks to Steph and FFS in the chat. And then Ike says, good morning, I'm here by accident. I hope everyone affected by Helene are doing just or speeding through recovery. Hey, Kat, chat, and the X-Men mods. Ike, good to see you. I forget, what area are you in, Ike? What area are you in? But yeah, sending well wishes to anybody that's been in that path of Hurricane Helene or thinking about a loved one. Like, just, I cannot believe the footage from this. And I heard that when it made landfall, and they don't review this stuff for months, it would be like months from now that they actually review the metrics for hurricanes for the year 2024. But there's a little bit of buzz that it might have technically been a category 5 when it made landfall based on sustained wind readings. So if it wasn't a category 5, it was very close to category 5. Just completely beating up the whole pathway that it's gone through with rain. Okay, and Ike is in Texas. So there we go. But yeah, shout out to, this is crazy footage of this hurricane. And we were fine over here on the East Coast. We had some wind, it knocked out my window screen, we fixed it, and that was it. Closed book. It was loud, I couldn't sleep. Can't complain about that though. So luckily we did not really catch anything bad. And then lots of birthday wishes again. Thank you guys so much for wishing Steph a happy birthday. And let's see how much longer Love goes on.
Also have other ethical and responsibilities under Brady. And of course, that's why they would have to turn it over immediately. I think that they've asked twice for the material. As a court, I'm going to make sure that they exhaust that particular path, but I've noted your objection.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At some point, we need to move on and get the jury out there at some point. When we have a break, I'd like to address the issue in regards to some other items that we requested a while back. I think Mr. Steele filed a motion. I've been trying to find that motion so I can reference it properly in regards to reports done by Detective Dennis regarding someone named Marquavius, M-U-Q-U-A-V-I-O-U-S, Curtis, last name is Curtis. An investigation done by Investigative Dennis in regards to that individual that's relative to this case. We have requested, I believe the court had instructed the state to turn it over because we've not received it. But again, at the appropriate time, I'd like to address that. I don't want that to go past this.
Your Honor, I can address that pretty quickly. I think they can look in the discovery that has been provided in the folder.
Tell them what date and tranche.
I can tell them.
Why don't you, when your team maybe can look that up as we start, and we can deal with that and bring it and tell them exactly what tranche it's located. Okay.
Can I tell the folder name?
Huh?
Can I tell the folder name? It would be
Yes.
YSL Intrinsic Acts and 404B. That particular Marquavius Curtis shooting of, I think it was Martinez Arnold, is included in that.
Okay.
File.
All right. Okay. Summon our jury, sir. Oh yeah, can we take dance, please? Thank you, sir. Yes. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
interview routine.
So we're going to start talking about the reports with Dennis. So this will be a good time. There we go. I'm breaking the stream
We
again.
continue with our current witness, retired Detective Dennis. Sir, you're still under oath, okay? Thank you. All right.
Detective Dennis, yesterday when we stopped speaking with one another, we were discussing items that were included in the file that you and Detective Baker were able to create as related to the Dexter and Montgomery shooting.
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what medium you all captured these interviews and things of that nature that you conducted during that investigation?
We usually use the electronic video room that we used at Atlanta Police Headquarters, or we would use our phones to try to record whatever we can to just capture the interaction.
And when you all got the file from Detective Robinson, or when you all retrieved that, do you recall any mediums or media being in the file?
No.
Did you all also get a report from Detective Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. And other than that report that you had described, do you recall anything else being in that file?
All I recall is about 4 pieces of paper in a folder. And like I said yesterday, when we got the file, we pretty much stapled it up because we want to do our own investigation with our own work.
And how would you all have transferred the media to the district attorney's office?
We usually put it on a disc, and if we prosecute a case, we send it through the complaint room, and then usually we operate through our own gang prosecutor. We would give them our entire file.
And so the interviews that you all conducted during the Dexter Montgomery shooting investigation, did they also include an interview with Gina Clark?
Yes.
And was that included in your file?
Yes.
Did you all, regardless of whether you saw it in the file that you got from Detective Robinson, did you all ever find any recordings of any persons listed in Detective Robinson's report?
No.
The information that you turn over to the district attorney's office as part of your file, do your reports summarize that file?
Yes, pretty much.
Would you tell the jury how it was that you became involved in those series of events that we outlined on the flipboard yesterday? Why was it that you all started looking at those?
Objection, have an answer.
I stand objection. That's been asked and answered.
Good question. Thank you, Judge. Why did you start at the date that you started in terms of looking backwards from Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection, have an answer given.
Judge,
I'll rule objection.
you
You can answer, sir.
We started our investigation as we interviewed witnesses, victims, whomever we could, to basically piece together what we had going on. I myself was familiar with Donovan Thomas. The night that he was killed pretty much started the investigation for us because I knew about him from when I was on patrol. And so that pretty much started the investigation for us.
the specific date that you all started on, we started at, I think, was January 6th.
Now, I also think it's important to note how cautious Dennis is when he's talking about Donovan Thomas. I was familiar with him, but we don't really get into details of how or why we're familiar with him. Do you think Love actually prepped this witness to not hint at bad character evidence of Donovan Thomas? Because that's my feeling. That is my feeling. And big shout out here to CT Benny with the N-word show. Says, although corrupt, still corrupt, Love's energy was worse. Yeah, I think she just had a little bit more. She was 100% with it at this point in time. Now with Love, with Whitaker, we get the switch back and forth between the annoying kind of never letting up to the, oh, I'm sorry, yes, whatever pleases the court. Like we get a 50-50 split now with Love based on how Whitaker is handling her or not handling her. Thank you so much for the 2. And then super generous here, Peter Ortiz with the 50 says, oh gee, go buy yourself a new hat. Oh, don't get me hat shopping. It'll take me forever. You deserve it. Thank you so much for your excellent work and expertise. I appreciate that so much and love that you are saying to use it for a hat. That is so awesome. Thank you so much for all your support, Peter. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think about Dennis's characterization there, or really like lack of characterization there, about why he knew who Donovan Thomas was? Yeah, I was familiar with him. Like, come on. Just because.
That's correct.
Did the interviews that you conducted as you assisted and began investigating these shootings after the Donovan Thomas murder, did the interviews that you conducted have anything to do with why you looked at January the 6th?
Yes. Over the course of our investigation, we would interview a witness. They would speak about an incident. We would research it. And a lot of times they would speak about something happening somewhere and we would go try to find a police report or an incident location of the area in which they said. And from that, we would find different police reports and different incidents that occurred. That's how they kind of pieced all the timeline together.
And were you able to locate items of evidence collected in those incidents?
Yes.
And were you able to locate witnesses in those incidents?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
And were you able to speak with people as it related to those incidents?
Yes.
As you were assisting in Detective Racy's investigation, you mentioned the fact that on the night of April 25th, you did not see Jeffrey Williams.
Correct.
During the course of your investigation, did you locate social media that involved Jeffrey Williams speaking about being in Louisiana?
Yes.
And how did you capture that?
We had screen grabs on our computer. Sometimes we would screen grab it with our phones. We would just try to capture it whenever we see it.
And was the video that you saw with respect to Defendant Williams,
Objection leading, since that's not an evidence foundation.
he's already said that.
I'm overruled the objection, but as to the other 2 last spaces from Mr. Matthews, I'll sustain the leading.
I'm going to show you. This will be 116 echo. I'll show it to you for what next. This. And I spoke of 116, Your Honor, my apologies, 117 echo. Showing you what has been labeled as 117 echo. Have you had an opportunity to review 117 echo prior to today?
Yes.
Does that accurately reflect the video that you were able to capture relating to the defendants?
Yes. Yes.
The state contended 117 echo is evidence.
Any objection to states 117 echo?
Yes, I'm for you, Your
All right. Fair noted. There'll be 117 echo will be admitted over objection and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Ike, I agree with this. Ike says, I think it's always telling which question you don't ask one of the few detectives on the witness list. And the defense always comes right up and just immediately asks them anyway. So you would think Love would at least try to get ahead of some things a little more, but... Wait, are we just like making lean or something?
Yeah, YSL. Part 6 coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Get me that baby. Beat me down, you did. With them dicks, too. Yeah.
For the record, Detective Dennis, would you please just describe what it was that we just looked at in the 15-second clip? None of the record.
I'm over with objection, sir.
The video basically showed Mr. Williams telling where he was performing and talking about his new album.
Were there people holding firearms in the video?
Yes.
And were you able to see the people holding firearms in the video?
Yes.
And was this a video posted to public social media?
Yes.
Now I'm going to advance the video.
Like, Chip, this is exactly the point of it. Like, Chip says, gun, gun, gun. Like, that's the point of it. That's the point of this. Like, oh, it looks so bad and dangerous. And if I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to, and maybe this is Love trying to get ahead of it, because for this one issue, this one thing, this one time she's going to get ahead of something, she knows Brian Seale's going to get up there, or Keith Adams is going to get up there, rather, and say, and did you know this whole time with the Lil Wayne shooting that Jeffrey Williams wasn't even in the same state? So maybe this is her way of getting ahead of, okay, we know that there's a show coming up, but we're still saying curse words and showing weapons as if we've planned something in advance to take place while we're gone. I think that's the reachy wraparound that we're getting at here. Jordy says I didn't even notice. Oh, man. And SteffJK says, show Kat the love and hit the like button, fam. Thank you for the 5. Again, I don't know if this is from SteffJK or FFS, but, you know, you're just co-conspirators together now. Thank you for the 5. Yeah, hit that like button, you guys. And that ill kid Jay says, I'm obsessed with blonde cat. Be right back going blonde. Blonde gang. Christina Weaver can join us.
Now, do you recognize any of the persons that are in the video with Mr. Williams?
I don't know exactly who that is. I can't really see his face, but the other 2 individuals, yes.
Who are the other 2 individuals?
Martinez Arnold, aka Duke, and Jimmy Winfrey, aka Pee Wee Roscoe.
And right here?
That's Duke.
And that's at a few seconds from the end. And what does Duke have in his right hand?
That's your foundation.
Can you see what he's holding in the video for the record?
An assault rifle.
I'm over with objection, sir. I apologize.
And as we move further along, where is it that you believe that you see Mr. Winfrey?
Right behind.
And just for the record, is he describing article clothing or something like that?
You got on look like a Milwaukee Bucks t-shirt and a blue jacket.
Did you guys see the picture Christina Weaver uses as her still for Zoom with the hands up? Like, what do you mean? Oh, shout out to Miss Weaver.
Now, was that video posted Was that video referencing events that occurred before or after the shooting of the Little Angler?
Before.
You spoke earlier of a person named Kenneth Copeland regarding the August 28, 2015 shooting or incident at the Dunbar Rec Center. April, thank you, 28. Did Kenneth Copeland have a nickname?
Lil Woody.
I'm gonna walk up to the easel and write that on here. And how am I spelling Woody? I'm just gonna do it W-O-O-D-I-E.
Some spell it with a D, some spell it with a T.
Okay. Are you familiar with?
Has anybody ever seen Woody himself spell his name any other way than W-O-O-D-Y? Because his name is spelled differently all over this PowerPoint. Like, actually, a lot of names are spelled wrong on the PowerPoint. Kendricks is always Kendrick or Kendrick. So, like, tons of that Operation Planters PowerPoint is just kind of like, what are you guys doing? Get it right. And Kendricks is a government name. That's not even a nickname that we hear and have to guess how it's spelled. You can see that spelled out properly somewhere. But Wooty.
Any of Defendant Williams' work by the name of Halftime?
The video?
Yes.
Yes.
And is that a video that you have seen personally on social media?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what our market states is 118 Echo. First, I'll show you the counsel of defense.
Is that Glanville blowing his nose in the mic?
You said it was good? You good? Or you want me to just play the whole thing? Just push it forward so you can see. Are you on video? Showing State's Exhibit 118 Echo. Just gonna fast forward through.
Here, just so you know I'm not playing, like, this is what I'm talking about. Diamante Yak Kendricks. During an interview, Kendricks. And I'm pretty sure it's spelled different ways throughout this whole PowerPoint. But it's annoying because it's like if you try to use this to learn who people are, you're probably going to get their names wrong too, and then just spread the incorrect spellings.
Have you had a chance to see 118 Echo?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect the video for Halftime, Defendant Jeffrey Williams' song and video that you saw posted on public social media?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 118 Echo is evidence.
Any objection to states 118 Echo?
Yes, there's been no foundation laying for this witnesses announced with video notification as well as been altered, was submitted, was the original video, and he does not have the ability.
Your Honor, I object to
He
the
does not have the
talking.
ability to
Speaking,
specify that
objection.
foundation is not.
I object.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Adams. Well, I'm gonna sustain it as the foundation. You need to lay a little more foundation back.
Detective Dennis, do you recognize the persons depicted in the video?
Yes.
How do you recognize the persons depicted in the video?
I think by the time the video was released, we were about 4-5 months into our investigation. So I recognized them from our investigation.
And have you personally seen the people in the video outside of the video?
Yes.
And does the video accurately depict the people that you have seen outside of the video?
Yes.
The state tender states Exhibit 118 Echo Is that?
All right, sir, I
didn't mean to click the timeline. So the reason we're dragging out the rest of this direct is because there's a big kerfuffle with the defense. I was trying to look at how far away we were. My bad. My bad.
Recognize the person depicted in the video.
I think by the time the video was released, we were about 4-5 months into our investigation.
And
So
we're
I
gonna
recognized
see
them from our
Steele
investigation.
argue a little.
And have personally seen the people in the video outside of the video.
Yes.
And does the video accurately depict the people that you have seen outside the video?
Yes.
The state tender states that 118 echo. Is that?
all right, sir, I assume same foundational objection?
Same objection, but I
Overruled, sir. Overruled at this point in time.
approach that. We go to the previous room.
I've already ruled upon it, sir. I've already ruled upon it. What other additional basis do you have at this point?
We should have our
All right.
So witness and jury going out, they're going to approach at the bench a little bit, and then we'll get some arguments at the podium. So, and then after this, they have a long break. We can skip some of the rest of direct and go to cross after this, but I thought you guys might want to hear some of the arguments when they are at the podium. Let's see. Look at Love's face right there. Why is she so far away? What is she doing? Quesadilla. Lil Mike and Quesadilla. But yeah, we'll get to these arguments, and then we can go to cross. We can go to cross. All right, where are we? I think that was a chair squeak.
Okay. There's been some discussion at the bench. I'm sure all of you have heard it at this point in time, counsels, in terms of where's our witness? Okay, good. He's off the stand. All right. In terms of the admissibility of the video and the foundational requirements. I know that originally, an earlier part in this trial, the court did in fact rule on one submission on behalf of the defense. The issues come up again with the state. States presented additional case law in which the court is convinced or persuaded that given the testimony, it can be introduced through this particular witness in terms of what's been testified to. The foundation's been established. Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele indicate that they've come up with additional case law, which would indicate that I should reconsider my position. So when did you send that, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams?
Approximately this past Sunday. We're going to tell you 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. Email this on the court reporter and in relation to the state's filing on this issue.
Ladies, look at the screen.
11:59 this past Friday evening. And the state's law is wrong. And the state told you there is no foundation, you don't need anything, just find it means, and you put in foundation, doesn't matter.
No, I mean, you can, with this particular type of evidence, as long as the evidence itself is, that there's testimony about how it was achieved or how it was, gathered and collected, that as long as that is satisfied, along with some other things, is satisfied, that I can go ahead and consider it.
It's wrong.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. How is it wrong?
This is coming, all I did was take the state's brief. I read the cases, and then I gave you additional cases. But the state filed its brief.
Okay, if that was Sunday, why did you bring this up Monday morning?
Yes, I sent it to everyone.
Did you
Yes.
bring it up Monday morning? So I mean, here's the thing.
I don't.
Here's the
it's
thing.
not.
Here's the thing. Okay, it's Wednesday right now. This witness is on the stand. I could have taken it up last night or something, or then Monday night. I could have taken it up Tuesday at some point in time. So that's why I'm saying by time, poor timing, I would think, because I can rule upon it. I don't mind it. But when a witness is on the stand and you're asking me to reconsider that, that's not timely.
Well, listen, nobody.
Well, if Brian Steele filed something and the state didn't file a response, I don't really think that this is Steele's fault. But okay, Glanville.
Nobody is trying. I don't think anybody is trying to delay this case any more than it's delayed. So we're with you, and I understand what you're saying.
Oh, I broke it. The buffer's right on Love's head.
I did not personally know that this was going to come up today. I thought that Detective Racy is the one who pulled these videos. So, you know, I'm not, and I just like the court to hear the law. I mean, I don't know what else to say, except I understand the court is saying, but the state filed that you asked them for additional briefs this Friday. We responded Sunday to the same email, and I just gave you some cases. I said, this is the cases, and I told you where in the state's brief we're targeting the case that they cited. And the state told you when we left on last Wednesday that foundation, there is nothing, but you find on the internet, and then it's up to the jury to determine the authenticity and the weight. And what I'm telling you is that's not what the case is. And I have the state's, I'm just using their brief. I read their cases. I updated the cases. I made them all Georgia cases, and it's not, they're not right. And I did it for hearsay as well as what we're talking about now, which is foundation and or authenticity.
They're two different things, remember.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
They're two different things. All right, so.
The courts actually say that people use them interchangeably, but yes, they are actually two different mechanisms. But it's the state's position. If they, you know, if I just see something on the internet, I can testify I saw it on the internet and I downloaded it and here it is and it's in evidence, and that's just not the way I understand the law. And that's what Detective Dennis just said. That's why Mr. Adams, to me, appropriately did what lawyers are trained to do. He stood his position and made the
I don't
objection.
have any issue with that, Mr.
No, I don't either. I commend him.
You all have a client to represent. My issue is derailing.
The timing.
And this is not the way to do it. You should have, it should have been flagged for my attention to say, Judge, we need to hear this. Because then I've got nobody to blame but myself. I really don't. If I don't take it up at that point in time or don't make arrangements to do so, I'm at fault. But when a witness is on the stand and you don't flag it and say, Judge, we really do need to take this up before the witness testifies, then you bear.
How did he just say in the same sentence that it's his fault, but it's Brian Steele's fault?
Some responsibility on that. I'm just telling you.
Absolutely.
And that's what courts get irritated about, because now I've had to put out this jury, and hey, and it is they're looking at all of us, and as you mentioned earlier, they're left with a lot of questions that I can't answer for them. But it's just not the way to present the case to them. It's just not. That's what I'm saying, and that's what I need you all to correct, so that we're not in this position continually. I understand if you've got other things that you want me to flag, but you got to do them timely so I can go ahead and at least kind of take it up at a time and place where it doesn't leave our jurors just sitting back there kind of, well, not hearing testimony or not doing anything. That's my point, okay?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Okay, what's the case you want me to take a look at?
Okay, well, we go through all of them, but I'm just going to start.
You got 5 minutes, okay? I'm gonna get a green light like the appellate card up there, okay? So you can feel at home, and
Yellow light.
yellow light
Get
as
a
well.
shot clock.
Okay, so but see if you can kind of give me the nickel version, okay, of that. The most important salient thing that I need to, because I understand the premise, but what is it you're telling me that is adverse to the state's position?
Okay, so and I'm just cluing you in. This is page 3 of the state's brief. They cite United States versus Broomfield, Broomfield. It's 591 Fed Appendix, so it's APP, apostrophe X, 847 and 851. It's 11th Circuit, 2014. This case is cited in Georgia in Cooper versus State, which is 317 Georgia, 676 Division.
What's Cooper again? I'm sorry.
Yes, no problem. 317 Georgia, 676 Division 2. And that's a 2023 case, Your Honor. So I just use Cooper, but we can go to Bloomfield too. And this is a video. So it's the same thing that we're dealing with Detective Dennis right now is dealing with a video. There were actually no statements in that video though. And a Detective Black, like the color, authenticated the flight captured on the video, which was videotaped by a gentleman named Mr. Mason, M-A-S-O-N. And the court wrote that the video does not have to be authenticated solely by the person who made the recording or who was an eyewitness to the events, and that Detective Black properly authenticated this fight. I think I said flight, but fight video, because he testified, and here's his foundation. He's responded to the apartment complex concerning this fight as part of his investigation. He personally observed the location and spoke with multiple eyewitnesses of the day's events of the fight. He recognized the video as the recording supplied by Mr. Mason, and Mr. Mason testified at trial that he recorded this fight. And these are the circumstantial evidence needed that the video was not altered and therefore was properly authenticated and the foundation laid by Detective Black. Here, this case does not help the state because their statement that anything on the internet is automatically authenticated and goes to the jury, which is what Prosecutor Love argued on Wednesday at the court said now, is not accurate. Then they cite, the original case of U.S. versus Blumfeld. Like I said, I gave you the cite, Your Honor, in the state's brief, page 3. And in that one, the government agent identified, it was a person who was convicted of a previous felony holding a gun on a video, and the government agent identified the specific gun. So, to me, I don't understand how just Detective Dennis's statements now are worthy. Also, the state on page 4 of its motion cited Cotton, which is C-O-T-T-O-N. It's 297 Georgia 257. It's in Division 3, 2015 case. That case is cited more recently in the interest of AA, as in Elisa Alpha Alpha 362 Georgia Appeal 426. It's cited in
What's that? I'm sorry, one more time.
That's all right.
362 Georgia Appeals, what?
Yeah, 426, and it's in 2 different places. It's in Division 2. But it's also footnote 25. Footnote 25 really captures its 2022 case. And in that case, there are text messages, and there had to be whether they are authenticated. And AA is a minor. Her guardian testified that the text messages were located on AA's cell phone, the cell phone that AA, the minor, used. This same phone stored a toothbrush going into AA's private part on a video. AA sent text messages to her guardian. And that's how the guardian, sent text messages that her guardian found out about the toothbrush video, but that AA now washed the toothbrush off of all type of evidence. And AA admitted that she used this cell phone to film herself inserting the toothbrush into her private part. And the court wrote that as a prima facie case that the evidence of the video on the cell phone is what it purports to be. So again, and that's my 5 minutes. I don't want to go beyond what you told me, but I could go through all the cases. But again, there has to be some more than Detective Dennis saying, I was on the internet researching this, and here's a video I found. And that the court wrote in the interest of AA the following. We acknowledge, this is the Court of Appeals of Georgia, we acknowledge that every form of electronic communication can be spoofed, hacked, or forged. They go on, I don't have the exact quote now written down.
It cannot mean the court should reject any and all communications. Indeed, the vast majority of these electronic communications are just as they appear to be, quite authentic.
So you need,
or the trial court abuses discretion, finding the text messages authentic, they made them into evidence, and we conclude it did not.
So they need something. Now you did sustain, I heard you say it, Mr. Adams said at the bench, but it may not have been an error. You did sustain that could play the video with Rich Gang, and you told me, listen, it's relevant. I understand why you're doing it, but you have the wrong witness. Yeah, I don't want to come off what I said, but if under these cases, I probably need somebody to say, hey, I don't have to be there. I don't have to be the one videoed, but this is accurate. I know this to be accurate because whatever the foundation.
But remember the conversation we had. It would be one thing if there were deletions or blips in the video that was copied, or it doesn't purport to be what the person listening to it originally purported. Like if I listen to the video and then it's not changed from the time I listen, I copy it. And there's no other indices of deletions or the like. It'd be from this case law that it'd be authentic, or I have to look at whether or not it's authentic. So when I did my analysis last time, it was based on the state's case that they gave me that, if they testify as to how they got it, it hasn't been changed, it hasn't been altered, that the court can make a decision as to whether or not it's authentic.
I told you, you gave me the time that I respect the court. I'm just telling the court that I don't believe in that. If that's the understanding, then anything that I pull off the internet or have a witness pull off the internet, that's now admissible in this courtroom.
Not necessarily, but our court has it's kind of expanded what we can kind of, in terms of foundation, what is required in terms of, used to be that you had to lay significant foundation in order to get certain electronic media admitted. That doesn't seem to be the case today. I mean, for whatever reason, but
I don't think that's true.
I mean, but you know, that's I rule based upon what the state told me at that point in time. I understand what you and your colleagues are saying, Mr. Steele, in terms of it has to have some particular guarantee of authenticity. And as I mentioned earlier, if I thought the video was altered or it looks altered, then that's my gut check, and I probably sustain an objection to foundation. But if somebody testifies, hey, I pulled this particular video from a public site of this particular person, and this is what it purports to be, it hasn't been changed, I listened to it and I copied it, subject to other foundation and linkage, it may or may not be admissible. But is there any other case you want to point out to me? I know we're taking more than time, but I'll give it to you. But is there anything else you want to?
All the cases say that there has to be something more than I saw it on the internet. And I gave you cases from a cell phone. I gave you cases from the internet, a video that's posted on the internet. And
what's the video case again? Let me take a look at that one again.
That's,
that Cooper?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, man.
And I always forgot, Glanville will literally sit there and then like give time to look at the case law, and always seems to be more willing to give time to look at the case law when he's trying to lean in favor of the state. One of the biggest times we saw this was with Kenneth Copeland. So a lot of you guys that tuned in after the contempt probably saw that when it came to the case law supporting the process of impeachment by contradiction. It was like a 2.5 hour case law assist from Glanville to the state. And big shout out, you guys are showing all the birthday love. Thank you again to City Gent for giving a special birthday shout out to Steph and you the goat. Now remember, mods that are willing to provide their Cash App, I do list them all in the live stream description. So, you know, if you don't see someone's name, it's because they said it was fine. They didn't want to put their Cash App or PayPal or whatever anywhere for someone to know. But everyone else who is willing, I do put them in the live stream descriptions. So big happy birthday to Steph there. And then thank you for the cute little sticker. Thank you, City Gent. Josie says, Kat, I only watch YSL here. Love your channel. We're so glad you're here, Josie. The World's End says, thanks to Kat, the great mods, mod love all the time, and lovely people in the chat. Thank you so much. And then Steph is dropping bombs in here. So these are separate. She dropped 5 and then another 5. And let me check if this is from Steph or FFS. They're one and the same today. They're co-conspirators. And it's hard to tell. But thank you to both. You guys are both so supportive of the channel. And these are from FFS. So FFS just gifted 10 through SteffJK. Thank you so much, FFS. And again, big, big happy birthday to SteffJK. I'm going to try to fast forward until we see captions, because, you know, it's not like Steele walks away. Because usually when I just try to use the timeline to scrub to a different part of the video, I can just look for movement. But not when you've got Steele just waiting at the podium until Glanville figures out case law. YouTube. Bill Court is muted. No captions. There we go. We got a little bit of caption action. And then court was closed on Thursday and Friday because of Hurricane Helene, the weather.
notes 11 and 12 as in regards to the video.
And they'll be back on Monday.
Rules of evidence do not provide that video recording can be authenticated solely by the person who recorded it or is an eyewitness to the events depicted therein. And it kind of talks about Detective Black about what he did. It was just extra that he happened to have some other additional information. But the requirement of authentication or identification as a condition proceeding to admissibility shall be satisfied by evidence sufficient to support a finding that the matter in question is what the proponent claims, which includes, for example, testimony of a witness with knowledge that a matter is what it claims to be, or appearance, content, substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics taken in conjunction with the circumstances. And that cites Broomfield, I should say, that you all cited, 591 FAPX 847 pen cites 851 to 852. So, Mr. Chair, I'll hear what your colleagues have to say, and I'll if I need further elucidation, I'll invite you to respond. Okay.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir.
You guys ready? You guys ready for love?
Thank you, Your Honor. The cases that counsel for defendant Williams cites are distinguishable. They are not statements of a party opponent, admissions by a party opponent. They are not social media publicly posted. So we have the court's ruling was correct in terms of the admissibility of this particular video. This is the defendant Williams. This is a person who is not only familiar with what the defendant Williams looked like.
Now, remember, the state didn't respond to this when Steele filed the motion, but Love is now repeating what? Where did she hear this distinguishing? The details that are distinguished. She just got to hear Glanville raise his questions of concern, and then Atkins was probably the one looking for the actual supporting case law. But now she finally has a coherent argument to make after it's been made for her over the last 40 or so minutes. After she didn't respond to Steele when he filed it as a written filing over the weekend. Do you guys see how that works? You guys see how that works? And I don't think it's necessarily wrong for a judge to say, like, look, I'm concerned about, does this actually apply? I think a judge is supposed to weigh the overlap, see if it's actually applicable, and then make a decision on how persuasive the case law is given the relevant set of facts in the instant case. However, it just seems like over and over with Glanville and even with Whitaker, these just normal, what would be a normal consideration of how am I supposed to look at this case law? How does it compare to the issue I'm dealing with in front of me? It always seems like a runway strip for the state to get their argument together and come up with something persuasive to help tilt the lean. So something I noticed over and over, I wanted you guys to see that literally that 30 seconds that Love has been talking is just picked and pruned from what Glanville has been saying back to Steele for the last 40 minutes. And then we can go to cross-examination. They take a super long break, which is not unusual. And I think there's a part that I'm going to have to mute. So if I mute a song, I'm muting a song for copyright issues. Actually, this is still direct. Hold on, let's get to cross. And remember, Dennis is subject to recall, and by all indications, the state plans to call him back in the future, probably coming up soon. So this is already an extremely long direct with Detective Dennis, and they're going to bring him back. They're going to bring him back. Oh my gosh, we're still on direct. Still on direct. All right, here we go. We'll see what her ending line of questioning is.
in 2019 related to YSL. Was the spray painting of the grave distant from that time that you began investigating those matters, or close in proximity?
Close in proximity.
Do you know, or can you give an estimation for the jury of how close?
Weeks,
More than a month?
possible.
Oh, sir.
Was it more than 3 months?
I don't,
You said weeks, and then she asked,
What's the basis for your objection?
just ask the answer, she can't just ask the same question.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, sir.
And do you recall when you first learned of the Donovan Thomas murder?
yes.
When was that?
January 10th, the night of, probably minutes after he was shot and killed.
How were you notified?
Detective Dabney within our unit was the on-call detective. And I had put Donovan Thomas in our gang files.
And how did you become involved in the investigation or in assisting in that?
Objection, ask and answer.
I stand the objection.
Was the series of events that you talked about at the spray painting of the grave the last series of events that you investigated that you can recall now related to YSL?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time we have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Sharp.
Investigative Dennis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
All right. Okay, first I would like to talk to you about the tragedy of September 26, 2015.
Okay.
That was the day that Tierra Jones was killed.
Okay.
Now you, I want to clear up a couple things. From your investigation, my client Shannon Stillwell, Miss Shakoya Duncan, and Tierra Jones were in a car together, correct?
Correct.
They were purchasing food at JJ's Chicken and Fish, or Fish and Chicken? Chicken and Fish, we'll go with, at University in Pryor,
Correct.
okay? And some individuals followed them from that restaurant, shot in a car.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Did some individuals follow the car that Ms. Jones, Mr. Stillwell, and Ms. Duncan were in?
Yes,
Okay. Did individuals shoot into that car?
they did.
Did they shoot Ms. Jones in the head?
I shot her in the face.
In the face?
Yes,
Killed her?
they did.
The car crashed?
Yes,
Ms. Duncan suffered severe leg injuries.
yes,
Mr. Jackson suffered severe injuries that put him in the hospital as well, correct?
Yes.
He had a collapsed lung and broken bones and different things of that nature.
that's correct.
Now, you testified about things that Mr. Stillwell told you. Mr. Stillwell never said he saw who shot. He said he saw who was waiting to follow them outside of JJ's Fish, correct?
That's not what I recall.
Did he not say that he saw the individuals at JJ's Fish?
He said that as well.
Okay. Now, I appreciate your candor.
Objection
he-
to the commentary.
I should say, I want to sustain the objection.
He was shaken up, Mr. Stillwell.
Obviously so. He had just been in a shot at and a car that flipped over. So yeah, he was shaking it.
And from your observations, he felt horrible about what happened to Miss Jones, correct?
He did.
Oh,
You can repeat your
it was
answer.
vague. It was vague.
Please repeat your answer. He felt
did.
horrible?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, additionally, you testified in September of 2015. An incident occurred at the Green Store,
Yes.
and that Green Store is on Glen Street, correct?
Correct.
Do you know the address?
322 Glen Street.
Okay, 322 Glen Street. And your investigation is someone, we don't know who, correct?
Someone what?
Someone shot at Mr. Stillwell's head.
That is correct.
And we don't know who.
I had speculation.
Okay, well, I don't want you to speculate. Was anyone charged?
No, sir.
And shout out to everyone looking for Drea. Drea has a very busy September with work. She keeps saying she's excited for October, so we'll see Drea in the upcoming days more and more. You guys know how that goes, and work really gets you bogged down with stuff. But really sweet to see you guys looking for Drea. And also look at this chain of green gifting going on. Before we get into that, pinned on my screen here from Heart of Inspiration, thank you so much for the Super 10. Hey there, I'm in Greensboro, North Carolina, and I'm going to have my first fundraiser for the Helene victims tonight on my channel. I'll get that info to you. So I just shared Heart of Inspiration's channel since the stream I can't share the stream link quite yet. We'll probably be doing this for like a couple more hours to get through cross-examination. So if you do put that stream up, we can share the actual link. But right now in the chat is Heart of Inspiration's channel. I will be tuning in. I'm looking forward to that. Great cause, because again, I think, and not to take away from any attention Florida's getting, but I think all of this stuff happening in North Carolina and Tennessee was just really unexpected. I really don't think people planned for it, and they need some love, fundraising, and help as well. So I am absolutely going to tune in to your fundraiser tonight, Heart of Inspiration. I also mentioned earlier that you had broken down the sun signs of Judge Whittaker and Adrian Love and why their dynamic might be the way that it is. I was so glued to that. I was like, this makes sense. It makes sense. So I linked to that earlier, you guys. That is one of the most recent videos on Heart of Inspiration's channel if you want some YSL content to tune into there. And then she followed it up by gifting 10. That is so sweet. And it started a whole chain of events here where Steph and FFS, the co-conspirators, gifted 10 more. And then Peter gifted 5. So really incredible. This, I would do this stuff for free because I think it's fun to watch, but it does make me feel less guilty about dedicating time to doing this when you guys support the channel. So big warm appreciation for anyone that's become a member, hit the like button, gifted memberships. Always appreciated. And we are getting back into it with Shart. If you guys are wondering, this is the incident, what he's referencing here, where their friend was actually shot and killed. It was the 3 of them in the car together. Shannon Stillwell, his girlfriend, and a friend of theirs. And Shannon himself was shot. And we've heard him with other witnesses and in evidentiary arguments have to kind of remind people that Shannon Stillwell was a victim himself in this incident that he's being, accused of here in this indictment.
Let me move on from the 2 attempts on Mr. Stillwell's life, and let's talk about your work at the compound. Okay. You have your police report up there?
Which exhibit number, sir?
I'm not positive.
You can approach him and find out what number it is. Just for purpose of record, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. 113 ER Echo.
Romeo.
What's that?
Romeo.
Romeo. Echo Romeo. So I don't want you to read off the report, but if you need to refer to the report, that's fine. Okay. The incident in question at the compound, the night you were working, was April 25th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You wrote the report on May 26, 2015, correct?
That's correct.
About a month later, and you testified to that.
I did.
All right. Now, as part of, you worked for APD for how long?
16 and a half years.
16 and a half years. And was that your first police job, APD?
Yes.
Okay. In 16 and a half years, APD trains all the officers on how to write reports, correct?
Yes.
And in your 16 years, I guess you didn't have 16 years at this time, maybe about, 12 years at this time?
Yep.
You had experience in writing reports, correct?
Correct.
You knew how to write reports.
Objection, ask answer.
I stand objection.
I never asked that question.
Any objections?
Okay. You would agree that accuracy is essential in reports?
Yes.
Okay. You want to put as many details as possible in the reports, correct?
Correct.
And you want to be complete. You want a complete rendition of what you observed.
Correct.
Okay. And these reports are important for times like this, correct?
Correct.
When you write things, and I understand it was a month later, but it was still relatively fresh in your mind, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now we're asking you questions about something that happened, what, about 9 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay, and this report can be helpful in a situation like this, correct?
Correct.
All right, excellent. You wrote a report in this case that's in front of you, even though it was outside of your jurisdiction, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's because you thought it was important to write a report.
Objection, Your Honor, asking you.
Sustained objection.
Okay. Even though you were on an extra job, you thought it was important to write a report.
Objection, asking answer.
Sustained objection.
At the time you wrote this report, you testified that you became aware of what happened on 285 involving Lil Wayne's bus. You were alerted to that night, correct?
Correct.
So certainly at the time you wrote this report, you knew that you were documenting something important about a large event,
Correct.
a incident that was in the news,
Correct.
okay? And certainly you would want to put all the details that you observed in that report and be complete and accurate.
That's best to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, great.
I'm over the objection.
Okay. And in this report, you've read the report, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that it's accurate?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, great. It's detailed.
Yes.
It contains all the details of what you observed that night.
Yes.
And it's complete. It's a complete rendition of what you observed that night.
That's correct.
All right, great. And it documents what you saw with your own eyes.
Yes.
You would have, if you observed any illegality that night, you would have documented that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
It's,
Cause for speculation.
Sustained objection.
if you observed crimes being committed at the compound on April 25th of 2015, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
There's nothing vague about that.
Sustained objection, sir.
In writing reports,
We're like 10 minutes into his cross and the steam is already coming off his bald head.
if you observe a crime, you write it in a report, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Plus, been asked the answers. Mr. Sharp, let's move on to something else, okay?
Okay. If you observed any individuals displaying threatening, any particular individuals displaying threatening behavior, you would have documented that in a report, correct?
Objection, vague.
I would like the answers. Well, I mean, it's not vague.
I sustain the objection, sir.
Okay. Are you understanding my questions?
Judge, objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to step aside for a second, please?
That's me too.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to make it do that.
Here is
vocal
left us.
thing.
Please
There we
be
go.
seated.
We didn't need to.
Mr. Sharp, come over to the podium, please.
That was a chair squeak, I think. We're at 2 chair squeaks, so we'll add that to the banner.
Sir, Georgia law allows you to have a thorough and sifting cross-examination. What it doesn't allow you to do is to be rude and condescending to any witness. So if you do that again, I'm going to hold you in contempt.
That's fine. Now.
Okay. All right. So as long as we understand one another.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I make a ruling, whatever you may disagree about, it's my ruling. Okay. So
I am
please,
allowed to have a thorough and sifting cross-examination.
you are, sir, but you cannot be rude and otherwise your conduct cannot be improper toward our witnesses. Okay.
I wasn't directing anything towards the witness. I think he understands my question.
Sir, your examination borders on being, let's just say, condescending.
Okay.
It's not, well, there are some,
Respectfully.
I'm just telling you at this point in time from what the court's observing and what you're doing, it's not proper. Okay. So just ask your questions. You can ask tough questions, but you've got to be mindful of your behavior.
Respectfully, and I will be mindful of my behavior, but I'm not being allowed to ask questions because I'm getting
Because I've sustained,
objection of age.
sir, I'm sustaining the objection. You need to move on at that point in time.
Okay.
If you don't like it, okay. But please don't take out your irritation on the witness, okay? Or anybody else. Summon our jurors, please.
Your Honor, second matter before a jury comes back in, I asked the court to perhaps have a state speak there, which I've observed just sitting here over the course of the witness's testimony that oftentimes there are objections, there are rules by the court, or statements by the attorney. And I've noticed the witness shake his head, roll his eyes, make what appears to me to be statements under his breath. He's a few feet away from the jury. I think that is improper. I haven't said anything about it before, but I'm saying it now, and I'm just asking that the state, he's their witness, advise their witness to comport himself appropriately while he's on stand.
Okay. All right. Madam, to that extent, can you please advise your witness of that accordingly? Does anybody here need to take a comfort break?
Yes.
I didn't ask you. No. Yes, we can take 5 minutes, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Woo! What do you guys think of that? What do you think of that? That was a time. That was a time. Skip ahead.
All right, what about now, sir?
Yes.
No,
Adams is not in. Looked like he just walked in.
okay, now here he is. All right, and Mr. Matthews is
Yeah.
in our courtroom. Okay, all right. Can you call our witness, please, sir? Thank you. All right, sir, summon our jurors, please.
What is Doug doing? Saying hey to Miss Weaver?
I'll call it right now. Let me see.
All right, I don't know what we're doing. We can skip some of this.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, you may continue your examination, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Dennis, or former Investigator Dennis.
Retired Investigator Dennis.
Retired Investigator Dennis.
Okay.
I think just to catch us up where we were, I think we've established that you know how to write reports and you write good reports.
Okay.
All right. You're writing of complete and accurate reports. If you observe illegal acts being committed in front of you, you would document those in reports, correct?
I stand objection.
In this case, regarding the April 25th, 2015 incident, if you observed threatening behavior, you would have documented that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I stand as a form. You can rephrase, sir.
It is your practice to include all relevant details in your reports, correct?
It's the best thing I can remember, yeah.
Okay. In writing a report about the Little Wayne bus incident, you're working that night. People threatening Little Wayne would have been a relevant detail to that case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would, if you observed an individual do that, you would have put that in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At the time that you wrote this report on May 26th of 2015, I think you already testified, you knew my client Shannon Stillwell's name, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with him?
Yes.
You called his government name when you saw him that night?
I did.
Okay. And if you observed Mr. Stillwell committing any crimes that night, you would have documented that in your report, correct?
Yeah.
Objection at the vagueness.
I'll rule the objection. He can answer that.
Yes.
And if you observed Mr. Stillwell personally threatening anyone that night, you would have documented that, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk about your interactions with Mr. Stillwell on the night of April 25th, 2015. You testified that you saw my client Shannon in a car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of car was it?
From the video that I later recovered, it looks like a gold Merc.
I don't want you to speculate.
Okay.
Do you know what type of car it was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Was it, can you tell me if it was a white pickup truck?
I don't recall that. I don't recall what type of vehicle or what color it was.
Okay, but was it a white pickup truck?
I don't think so.
And from your review of the video that you just talked about, you can definitively say it wasn't a white pickup truck, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it wasn't a white Camaro?
Did I see your client in a white Camaro?
Yes.
No.
Okay, great. Okay, you indicated that when you saw my client in this car, and he was in the car with two other individuals?
Yes.
Okay, and that was Tameka Garlington and Trontavious Stevens.
Correct.
Trontavious was driving?
Yes.
And when you saw this car, it was headed, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was headed northbound on Brady Avenue?
South.
South, okay. It was headed south on Brady Avenue. And I believe you testified that it was bumper to bumper traffic,
Yes.
going both ways.
Correct.
And I have in my notes, you said it was a typical urban club night in Atlanta. Is that accurate?
Very accurate.
Okay. And so bumper to bumper traffic, and also foot traffic.
That is correct.
Okay, people walking in and out of the street.
That is correct.
A chaotic scene.
That is correct.
Now, as I understood your testimony yesterday, you did not see Jimmy Winfrey. You saw Jimmy Winfrey that night.
I did.
And you knew him.
I did.
You had friendly interactions with him in the past.
I have.
Okay. And you did not see him until 5 to 10 minutes after seeing Shannon Stillwell, correct?
Somewhere like that, yeah.
Okay. So you cannot say that the white Camaro was directly behind Mr. Stevens' car, can you?
No.
Okay, you didn't see it at the same time that you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell.
No.
And you didn't see Mr. Winfrey at the same time you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell.
I did not.
You
Correct.
did not see the two together, did you?
Correct.
And just to be clear, you didn't see a white pickup truck traveling with the car that Mr. Stillwell was in either, did you?
This is you mentioning a white pickup truck is the first that I recall of a white pickup truck.
Okay, so and I'm asking, did you notice a white pickup truck?
I sustain objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay.
One or two.
Did you, when you were interacting with Mr. Stillwell, did you notice a white pickup truck anywhere? And Your Honor, may I answer that? Because he never answered it. He just said this is the first he's heard of a white pickup
I
truck.
don't overrule the objection. You can answer, sir.
I don't recall a white pickup truck until you just mentioned it. Like I said, I believe the first day asked, I don't remember the exact car that they were traveling in that night.
Okay, and I'm not suggesting that they were in a white pickup truck. Your recollection is they were in some sort of sedan, correct?
Objection has been answered.
I sustain objection.
When you dealt with Mr. Stillwell, you called him by his government name, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Was he responsive to you?
He looked like,
Okay.
I don't think he knew me at that time. I think he was as shocked as Tameka.
I sustain objection.
And correct, remind me, were you in police clothes?
I was in full uniform,
Full
yes.
uniform, okay. Did he flee from you?
No,
Did you observe any weapons on Mr. Stillwell's person
I
in your
did not.
interaction? Was he disrespectful to you in any way?
in all my interactions with Mr. Stillwell Jackson, he was never, when all my interactions with any of these guys, they were never disrespectful to me.
Basis. Overrule, sir.
I appreciate you saying.
Your Honor, objection, commentary.
I sustain objection.
You did not detain Mr. Stillwell.
Nope,
You had no reason.
I did not.
You didn't arrest Mr. Stillwell.
I did not.
Okay. You didn't tell him to leave, did you?
I did not. I was hoping they came and had a good time like everybody else.
Okay. The officer, remind me of his name, the officer who spotted the white Camaro and asked you to stop.
Officer Finney. Finney, Finney.
Now, you saw the white Camaro,
I did.
okay? Mr. Stillwell was not in the white Camaro.
No.
Objection has been answered.
I'm asking about a different time in the night.
I'll overrule the objection.
At the time that Mr. Winfrey was leaving the area of the club, and Officer Finney called your attention to the white Camaro, Mr. Stillwell was not in the white Camaro, was he?
He was not.
Is Trontavious Stevens in the white Camaro?
No, sir.
What about Tameka Garland?
No, sir.
You mentioned a green SUV involving something Walter Murphy placed a gun on a green SUV.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the owner of that SUV?
I believe it was Jeffrey Williams' sister's car.
Well, you're aware of Alexis.
I don't know. I know Dolly and Dora.
Okay.
I don't know
Dolly.
the exact government name.
Speaking of Dolly,
Okay.
you are aware, as an investigator, that she owns an Explorer.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not trying to play gotcha, but you're aware that it's a blue Explorer, correct?
From my knowledge, it is green. From my interview of Walter Murphy, it is green.
Okay.
So if it's blue now or after that, I don't know.
If what's in evidence, the interview with Walter Murphy, if you indicate that it's blue on that tape, you would not dispute that, would you?
If that's what you pull up, yes, I would love to see it.
Okay. And if you said it was blue, it was blue?
But I remember it as being green, sir.
Okay, then that's fine. The bottom line is it wasn't a white pickup truck.
Correct.
I stand objection.
You're not aware of Shannon Stillwell driving a white pickup truck or owning a white pickup truck, are you?
I'm not.
Okay. What about Trontavious Stevens?
I'm not.
What about Tameka Garlington?
I'm not.
What about Alexis Greer?
I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to move on from April 25th. Okay. We've heard about Detective Gaither. How long were you a partner with Detective Gaither?
I think we were partners from 2013 until about 16, I believe, or 17, whenever she got promoted.
All right. Are you still in contact with Detective Gaither?
Ever so often.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to the Dexter Montgomery case. Talk about D'Angelo White and Dexter Montgomery. Okay. There were 3 other individuals in that car, correct? Or car. Correct?
Correct. I believe so.
Terry Moody,
Okay.
Christian James,
Okay.
and Cornelius Davis, who is Dexter Montgomery's cousin, correct?
Okay.
Okay. In your investigation, were you able to speak to Terry Moody?
I believe we tried to speak to all of them.
Okay. And I appreciate you saying you tried. Specifically, I'm asking, did you speak to Terry Moody?
I don't necessarily recall if we did or if we didn't.
So you don't recall speaking to Terry Moody?
Honestly, I didn't even recall speaking to D'Angelo Washington until I was
D'Angelo White?
White, correct.
Okay. All right. So Terry Moody, you do not recall speaking to, and you don't. And I'm just asking, you don't have any reports that indicate that you spoke to Terry Moody?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reports written by Investigator Gaither that indicate that you spoke to Terry Moody?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Christian James. Did you speak to Christian James?
I don't even recall who that is.
Okay. That was another individual in the car with Mr. Montgomery.
Okay.
So
I stand objection.
Okay.
Just pose another question, sir.
do you don't recall speaking to Mr. James?
I don't.
Okay.
Stand objection.
And you don't have any reports that indicate that you spoke to Mr. James?
Anytime we investigate a case, we try to speak to any and everybody that we could in reference to our investigation. Whether they decide to cooperate or not is not necessarily our call. Working inner city crime, everybody don't want to talk to the police, including victims. And so we dealt with whoever we could deal with on what we could deal with. The same thing with this case.
Okay, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
But I'm just asking if they were spoke to you.
I don't
blame to you.
I'm
So you don't have any recollection of speaking to Christian?
no, sir.
Okay. And Cornelius Davis, who's Dexter Montgomery's cousin, you don't have any recollection speaking to him?
No, sir.
Okay. And you don't have any reports that indicate you spoke to him?
Whatever you have in our files is when I left my files and everything that I was supposed to leave the way that I did it. The fact that we are 9 years later, I'm not in control of our files. I've been gone for 4 years, and whatever reports or anything, I did what I was supposed to do when I was supposed to do it.
I got you. And I'm just going to ask, you don't have any reports written by Investigator Gaither regarding Christian James or Cornelius Davis?
No, sir.
I didn't ask about those.
I didn't ask that question. I'm going to really objection.
Okay. And the answer was no?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Okay. talk about, you're familiar with the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road?
I am.
Horne? Okay. As part of, and you're aware that McDonald's has video surveillance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your, I know you weren't the lead investigator in the Donovan Thomas case,
Correct.
but you did do some work on that case. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever personally, did you ever attempt to obtain the video from the McDonald's on Old Hateville Road and Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, my partner and I went out to the location and spoke with a manager in reference to retrieving the video.
Okay. And so, and that manager gave you a business card, correct?
Correct.
And you brought that business card regarding the video from McDonald's. You brought that business card you were handed, you brought that to Investigator Thorpe, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I know you weren't the lead investigator, did you ever, we talked about Teague. Teague is a specialist who works in Homeland Security, correct?
Correct.
And he's a specialist in obtaining videos
Correct.
from businesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever consult or ask Investigator Teague to follow up and obtain the video from the McDonald's?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are you aware of anyone involved in that investigation contacting Investigator Teague to obtain the video from the McDonald's?
I don't know every step that another.
And that's fair. Just to your knowledge, are you aware of anyone doing
I'm
that?
not.
Okay, great. Last thing, that same green store that we talked about earlier, you're aware that that green store also has surveillance, correct?
Not aware. I've never been inside.
Okay. As part of the investigation of January 10, 2015, did you ever make any attempts? Again, I know you're not the lead investigator, but did you make any attempts to obtain video surveillance from the green store on Glen Street?
Not to my knowledge, but I believe we spoke with the young lady that told us who the intended target of the shooting was.
I'm not speaking about the time that someone tried to kill my client. I'm speaking about January 10, 2015.
Short
You mean
and
from the green
slick.
store?
Yes.
Why would we go to the green store?
Well, I'm not allowed to.
This is something new to me. Please tell
Okay.
me.
Well, I'm not allowed to testify, so I'm just going to ask you the question. Okay.
We-
Did you go to the green store
Oh my God, the
to
mic.
obtain any surveillance?
No, this is the first thing I've heard of the green store involved with Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. And are you aware of anyone in that investigation going to the green store to obtain video surveillance?
Objection, Your Honor, this is fitness in person.
I stand in objection.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Keith Adams. And I think you guys that tuned in after Brian Steele was held in contempt, you guys haven't really gotten to see Keith with Cross. Keith
All right,
is great with
retired.
cross-exam.
Officer Dennis, how about Mr. Dennis? Is that good?
You can call me whatever you like, sir. Just not former. I think we went over that before.
All right, all right. You're still in law enforcement, all right?
Yes.
In Missouri?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, so in 2015, you were an investigator, a police officer with APD, true?
Yes.
By that time, you'd been on the force for how long?
About 12 years.
And you were in what you indicated was the gang unit in 2015.
Correct.
Is that when you went into the gang unit?
I went in the gang unit May of 2013.
Okay. And so by the time 2015 rolled around, you'd been in the gang unit for about 2 years, roughly, right? And because you'd been on the force before that for a good number of years, you were familiar with conducting investigations, right?
Yes.
I mean, you knew how to police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You knew that generally in investigations, your job was to go out and gather information in regards to an alleged crime that had been committed, right?
Correct.
Okay. I heard you say something interesting when you first started testifying. You said, the streets will talk, all right?
I did.
And I think you were talking about, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about gathering information, maybe in your investigation from essentially the streets.
Correct. As a detective in a metropolitan city like Atlanta, the streets will talk.
Right.
But it's not what I know, it's what I can prove. And working inner city crime, a lot of people don't want to put themselves in harm's way by being witnesses or being in a discovery package. So they are reluctant to go on record as talking to you. But that doesn't mean as a detective, you don't have the information.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is the second time I heard you say this about in inner city. I mean, crime happens everywhere, right?
It does.
Crime happens down on Cleveland Avenue, right?
It does.
Happens up in Milton County, right?
It does.
Now, happens in Johns Creek,
It
right?
does.
Right. And regardless of whether it's in Cleveland Avenue or up in Johns Creek, you know, you may come across an investigation people who don't want to talk to you,
That's correct.
right? So, you know, the crime happens all over the place and it may be different in some areas or it may not, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so back to this whole thing about the streets will talk, but you gotta know how to listen to them. I think that's what you said.
I did.
Give me 1 second. All right, give me the phone. All right. You gotta be careful when you listen to the streets talk, right?
Stand objection.
Okay. When you say the streets talk, you're talking about information that you may gather from individuals in the community, right?
That is correct.
Right. Now you've got to be careful when you gather that information because you've got to vet it, right?
That is correct as well.
You can get information from quote unquote the streets that's accurate. Yes.
Yes.
You can get information from the street that's not accurate.
That is correct.
You don't know what people's motivations are when they're talking to you. Right?
You are correct.
You don't know who their allegiances are to, right?
That's correct.
Someone could very well tell you something and it ain't true.
That is correct.
And so the way that investigations. All right.
Somebody got a metal plate. Me? Oh, my bad. I'll sit back.
It's you.
I've been talking on it for 3 days and ain't had no problem. Why all of a sudden now?
Street talking. If you're conducting an investigation where obviously you're seeking to get at the truth of the matter, you've got to be really careful about the source that information is coming from.
That is correct. That's why as a detective, you have to vet pretty much all the information that you come in to. People tell you stuff all the time and it doesn't always add up. And so that's what we always prided ourselves on doing our due diligence to follow up on the lead to make sure that it was accurate, because I don't want to wrongly use some information or convict someone of something that they didn't do.
There you go. It's important to investigate crime, to punish people who commit crime, right?
Correct.
It's also important to make sure that people who have not committed crime don't get falsely charged.
That is correct.
Okay. And because ultimately, you as a police officer have the power to take out a warrant and have someone arrested and charged with a crime.
That's correct.
Right? Investigations ought to be based on facts, right?
Correct.
They ought not to be based on speculation.
Correct.
They ought not to be based on simply a hunch or an opinion, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, in April of 2015, the night that you're at the compound, you're there in your capacity as security, police, and law enforcement.
Correct.
Okay. You're there to observe and to monitor traffic and all of that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would learn that on the 26th of April, there's this shooting of Mr. Carter's tour bus, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what you testified about earlier is your part of it earlier on the night of the 25th, true?
Yes.
And what you observed,
Yes.
and what you saw,
Yes.
and who you saw.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I want to come back to that, but let me jump for a moment to the video that you were shown earlier. All right, you remember the video, the halftime video?
Yes.
Which exhibit number is that, sir?
That is exhibit number 1, and I'm 118, I think. Thank you. That's gonna be 118 Echo. And with this stuff, I'm gonna ask Ms. Knight if she can pull that up, because I wanna show you that video and ask you some questions about it, okay?
We're gonna mute it. We're gonna mute that.
You were shown the video, and you were asked some questions about the individuals in that video, all right?
Yes.
And you were familiar with the video. You've seen it before.
I have.
You were familiar with Dwayne Carter, right?
In the halftime video?
No, just him, period.
Am I familiar with Lil Wayne?
You knew who he was.
Yeah.
All right. I think I heard you say you like the music.
I listen to rap music. I like all rap music pretty much.
Trap music, all kind of rap music, right?
Correct.
You knew who Jeffrey Williams was.
I did. I listen to his music too.
You knew him as Young Thug.
I do.
2015, you know that he is a performing artist who's got some name notoriety in Atlanta and really nationwide and worldwide at that time.
What's that?
Faces. I stand support. You can face him.
Okay. You knew that he was, I'm gonna step back from the microphone and just talk loud. You knew that in 2015, that he was an artist that was known throughout Atlanta.
Yes.
He was known throughout the country.
Yes.
He was known internationally.
Yes.
Were you familiar at any time during this investigation with what his tour schedule was in the year of 2015?
Did I know what his tour schedule? Not at first, no.
Okay. Did you have occasion at some point during your investigation to look into where he was touring at different times of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the halftime video that we saw earlier, the video that has Mr. Williams in it, right?
Yes.
All right. Do we have that up here, Ms. Knight? Okay. Do you know when that video was shot?
I do not.
If I told you it was shot in June of 2015, would you disagree with that?
I have no clue.
You don't know?
I don't.
So let's see, we have the Lil Wayne tour bus thing in April 26th of 2015, right?
Mhm.
And then during your direct exam, you were showing this halftime video. Do you know who produced that video?
Not a Billy Beal or whoever does his films.
Do you know who wrote the lyrics in that video?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know the individuals who were in the video?
Some of them, yes.
Yeah, well, do you know whether they were paid to be in the video?
I do not.
Okay. You better hear that? In the video, there are individuals who are holding up what appears to be guns. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not those are props or whether they're real guns?
I do not.
In the video, you see Mr. Williams with a wad of money and some of it drops sometimes in the airport.
Mhm.
Do you know whether that's real money or whether that's props?
I do not.
You indicated that you believe the video was filmed at the vault, all right?
Yes.
Do you know who the videographer was?
I do not.
All right. Here's what I want you to do. We've got State's Exhibit 118E up on the screen. I want you to, because you were asked some questions about some of the verbiage, some of the words in the video. I want you to watch the video, all right? And I want you to listen to it, and then I want to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
And before we do that, you agree with me that artists, all kind of artists, make music videos, true?
Correct.
Including rap artists, right?
Mhm.
And sometimes they have some language in, especially in some rap videos, that's kind of dicey, true?
That's correct.
All right, there's some dicey language in this video ain't there.
All right. Depends on the listener.
Here you go. All right, let's go ahead and play that video. Once you pay attention, then I got some questions for you on the other side.
All right.
Gotta mute it. Sorry, guys. It's a banger. It's halftime if you want to go listen to it on your own time. But they will... YouTube, their like sound detector, they recognize anything that's distributed by a major label in like a split second. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. And let me take a... I think Miss Knight is so pretty. I was like blocking her face there. Brian Steele looks so proud of his client's work. He was just smiling. Oh my gosh, they're playing the whole video. Well, in the meantime, thank you for the gifts again. FFS gifted another 10 through Steph, the co-conspirator friend. And we are celebrating not just SteffJK's birthday, but also Lori. If you're still in the chat, happy birthday to Lori. Oh, sorry. Oh God, no. It's not done yet. They're gonna get me. Oh, look at Steele. Oh, look at Steele's tie, too. That poor highlighter. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh. How long was this song? Look at Yak. Yak's like, it's a banger. Doug's like, I concur. Is that the end? Oh gosh. Oh my gosh, it's still going.
Music videos, that music video by a rap artist, entertainment, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you are familiar, I presume, tell me if I'm wrong about this, that you have entertainers who make music videos with all sorts of suggested lyrics and images in it, true?
Yes, true.
And you would agree that in this video, Mr. Williams is the main character, right?
Correct.
These videos sell records, right?
Correct.
When you pulled this video, well, were you the one who got this video?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I thought you was Detective Racy. Would that sound about right?
Could be.
Okay. Do you agree with me that this video had about 95 million viewers?
Objection, Your Honor, one, relevance, and number two, speculation.
Do you know?
I'll sustain the objection. You don't have to answer that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I think I asked you if you knew when the video was made. Do you know when it was released?
I don't.
In listening to the video, did you pay attention to some of the lyrics as I asked you to do?
Yeah, I knew the lyrics myself.
Okay.
I was actually singing along.
Sing along, bopping your head.
I was.
Right? Because they're catchy, right?
Very.
And there's a lot of wordplay in there, true?
Objection, Your Honor,
This is,
speculation.
I'll rule the objection.
Because when in places where he said,
How is it speculation? If there's wordplay in a song, there's wordplay in a song.
I'm gonna tear up this bitch like I'm Willie B, right? You would recognize that as Willie B from the Atlanta Zoo, the gorilla.
I'm not from here. I don't even know what that meant.
Okay, you know Willie B from Zoo.
I thought it was Willie Beeman from the movie.
The movie with
Jamie Foxx. There you go.
Okay. When you listen to this and you look at the video, for example, and you hear lyrics about, white like Justin Bieber or dressed in all white like Miley Cyrus, you recognize that as an artist who's engaging in wordplay in a video, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for speculation.
I'll rule the objection.
True.
Possibly true.
I mean, when he says, I'm like a fish in water, I mean, Jeffrey Williams ain't a fish, right?
Correct. But when he also says, F with me, Lil Woody gonna come pop at your noggin, is that wordplay or is Lil Woody really gonna come pop at your noggin?
Well, so let me ask you about that.
Go ahead.
Have you heard other lyrics by artists who talk about shooting or robbing or anything like that?
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Mr. Williams was the one who wrote those lyrics?
I'm not sure, but I know Mr. Copeland, and I know that he might come pop at your noggin.
Okay. Well, let me ask you though about Mr. Williams. Another question.
Go ahead.
And about the song. All right. Do you know what was intended or what anyone thought about when they were writing, whoever it was, writing the lyrics to this song?
One.
And foundation in terms of someone else's intent.
I sustain the objection.
So is it that it's art, but if you think you can pick something out of there and try and put it into a case?
Your Honor, one, speculation, two, form and compound question.
I sustain the objection.
So if I heard you correctly, you don't know when the video was produced and you don't know when it was aired, true?
That's an answer.
I sustain the objection.
All right, let me ask you about another thing that the state put up in one of their exhibits. Let's go to exhibit 115E. And actually, before we go there, let me ask you a question. You're familiar with the fact that Mr. Williams spent some time or grew up in the Cleveland Avenue area, is that correct?
I'm aware, yes.
And you know that there are a lot of folks in that area who know each other, true?
True.
Right, I mean, you talked earlier about the association between Trontavia Stevens and you mentioned some other names, right?
Yes.
And would you find it odd for an individual who grew up with some folks to put him in a music video of his?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Let's go to actually, I do have one last question about that. The items that you see in that video, guns, the jewelry, the money, you don't have any personal independent knowledge whether those are real or not, right?
I don't.
Okay. So
Okay, and so KH here is saying, isn't this all speculation? What the heck? Am I crazy? I know I'm not a lawyer, but isn't that why the song is part of this case? Speculation? I'm so confused. Now, when you know, say during discovery, the state says they want to play a certain song because they think it's pertinent. You know, their explanation for it only really has to be a preponderance, right? To get something introduced in a case, you don't need to prove at that point in time when you're trying to introduce it that unequivocally or beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence you're trying to admit actually shows what you think it might show, right? That's actually for the jury to consider. So if the state were to go and find a song, and there's an additional layer here, right? Because this touches on, you know, free speech, artistry, right? So it's this answer here is going to combine two layers. But layer one, whether or not something could be pertinent, could be relevant, that's weighed. And as far as the state making an argument to the judge as to why something might be relevant to the case they're trying to prove, a point that they're trying to demonstrate, or an argument that they're trying to make that's relevant to one of the elements of the crimes as charged, if they can say by preponderance, blah, 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 it's relevant because this seems to suggest that, and we're going to use it to show this element for this crime. Now, when you add in a music piece, you've got lyrics, you've got freedom of expression, I think that's where we see the judge's lean come more into play, right? There should be specificity if lyrics are going to be admissible and used in this case. And I think halftime is a weird example here because halftime we do have a specific line that sounds like it's talking about Kenneth Copeland coming for your noggin. And then you have a detective who probably before he took the stand suggested, hey, in my opinion, from everything I know about investigating these people, that's something Kenneth Copeland would do. Now, there's other songs that get introduced in this trial, or even lyrics that the state just wants to piecemeal out of an entire song, remove all the context, and just read onto the record in their question to a witness. Love did a lot of that with Trontavia Stevens on the stand, reading like a lyric at a time onto the record, carved out of the context of the rest of the song, and it's just something general. Like, all these abbreviations. Is Thug really truly humble under God? These types of questions, to me, that's where you actually lack the specificity, and I'm not sure why a lot of it was admissible. Here, I think, is one of the very limited circumstances where I can see if you have a detective saying, look, this Lil Woody line popping in the noggin, that could be relevant to some stuff here. I think it's actually the one exception where let it come in, let the witness be cross-examined on it, and let the jury decide. The other stuff, I can't explain why some of these random soundbite lyrics have been admissible this whole time. Just crazy, a lot of it. And again, the third layer here is we've got this lyric talking about Kenneth Copeland popping noggins, and the witness saying that because he will do that, he'll do that. And he's the one that's unindicted. So that's why it's confusing. To answer your question on the confusion, that third part's probably why it's confusing, most of all. And you guys are flooding in. Thank you so much to Maricela here who said, Kat, thank you for all you do and the mods. Mod love all the time. Thank you for the 2. SteffJK said, Kat, thanks for creating such an awesome community. Well, let me pause here, Steph, and say thank you for being part of it. And then Steph says, it's an honor to be a part of it. Yes. You are so supportive and kind. It's contagious / hashtag best chat. We try. And I see a ton of stuff going on this evening, other streams. I think you shared the link to Flesh of the Gods at 9 p.m. And I still don't see an exact time for Heart of Inspiration's fundraiser, but I will try to let you guys know what time that's going to be. But tons of stuff going on today to keep the party going for SteffJK's birthday. FFS through Steph had gifted 10 more memberships, and Angie said, what's one more? We're going to bring in someone else. Angie, good to see you today. Thank you so much. AI Design says, Kat, how can I give membership from using Apple devices? I'm not sure if Apple devices have the option. I don't know. Has anyone with an Apple device been able to gift memberships that might be able to offer some insight here? Because we figured out a workaround for people with Apple devices to join themselves as like individually. That's a different transaction than gifting memberships. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe the chat has some insight or experience. I am not an Apple person, so Okay, Casper's saying, and I don't know if this is for joining or for gifting, but different steps for Apple. Open the channel page in the Safari browser because the join button doesn't appear on iOS inside the YouTube app. Ah. And then Maricela says can't gift, used to be able to. So I think yeah, that's kind of how I understand it, that you can join on an Apple device if you do the workaround, but still really no option to gift. Okay, and Shayna says the same. I could get and give not that long ago, then an update and poof, it was gone. So I think that's like a dead end answer there. Sorry. And then, yeah, thank you, AI Designs, for sending the 5. And sorry we don't have a, like, actual helpful answer there. And thank you for thinking about it. That's very kind. Ike says, let's go arrest Bob Marley because he shot the sheriff, but don't charge him for the deputy's death. It's a ridiculous piece of evidence, in my honorable opinion. I know it's humble, but we're going to say honorable. I agree. I agree. And Doug did a great discussion with Justice Served. I think it was Justice Served. It's some commentators from Law and Crime, where he talks about in preparation to make arguments about the admissibility of lyrics, because don't forget, his client, Diamante Kendrick, no S, also is a well-known rapper. And so he's had to make these same arguments for his client. I know people think of Young Thug as the music artist, but so is Yak. And he brought up other case law besides, he's like, of course the state was going to expect the Bob Marley and the Queen argument. But he actually brought up examples of cases where music artists were charged for things that, you know, they committed an act and there was some lyric that was relevant in some way or not relevant in some way to the thing that they actually did, and brought all those cases in. And he noticed a pattern of the genres of music that this sort of thing seems to happen with. So I think this was the interview here. So Doug on Justice Served, where he talks about the different case law and his work to make this argument. So I'm very interested in seeing how that continues to develop. I mean, this case is not going to be the last time that we hear about lyrics and criminal prosecutions. And I'm not really a big fan of it unless it's specific. Like if I go and commit a carjacking, take the car, call up my 3 friends and saying, we're going to go shoot this place up right now. And we go and do that thing. And then I write a song saying the same thing. All right, maybe you can use those lyrics against me. That's pretty specific. But if it's something like, I've always got shooters with me, like, okay, that just sounds like something that 12-year-olds on TikTok say too. So what does it really mean? But that's my take. That is my take.
So I'd like to, States Hub put up their exhibit 118E, 118 Echo. I'm sorry, not 118, 115E.
Oh, and Touche gifted 5. Hold on, we're pausing with Pogserton. Thank you, Touche. And Touche's also saying, I used an Apple laptop for the gifts. Okay, what browser, Touche? Is there like a secret formula to doing this? Thank you so much for gifting the 5. I'm just curious, what is our workaround for... Ah, okay. So Butterfly Lover says it could be based on your YouTube channel if it's set up as a brand account. You have to fix that first. Oh my goodness, YouTube science. Touche, really, really super kind of you to gift the 5. We've been celebrating birthdays all day. And Touche used the Chrome browser. So there we go. And that kind of makes sense. A Google browser, you know, playing friendly with a Google platform like YouTube. Thank you so much for the 5 and for the answers there.
Do you have a hard copy of 115E in front of you there, Dennis?
I'm sure if it's up here, I got it. What is it? If you can tell me.
Let me see. Let me get it.
Okay, sir.
Yes. All right, that's fine. We're gonna come up on the screen in a second.
Correct.
All right. All right, so the picture that's up on the screen is almost up on the screen. All right, so that is the picture that you identified earlier as Jimmy Winfrey, is that right?
That is correct.
And that date on the bottom, November 6, 2020. To your knowledge, does that, by the way, are you the one who got this this picture?
I believe I am.
Yes.
I'm not for certain.
Okay. November 6, 2020. Do you know what, is that the date that this picture was posted, or was that picture taken some other time?
I believe that's the day that it was posted
Okay. And how do you know that?
because that's the date that's on the picture.
Okay. You don't know whether it was reposted or not?
I don't know that, sir.
So when it says up there, and I'm pointing to the verbiage at the top on the right, 62W, that's 62 weeks, right? That refers to the amount of time or when, how long ago that image was posted. Is that right?
That's possible, yeah.
All right, 62 weeks. So would that mean that it was posted 62 weeks before November 6, 2020?
Standing objection.
Do you know?
I don't know, sir.
I stand objection.
Okay. Death before dishonor is a phrase that the prosecutor made sure she asked you about a little bit earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think your response to that was, it means, quote, not to snitch, right?
Correct.
Death before dishonor is also a widely used term, kind of like the unofficial motto of the Marines, isn't it?
I wasn't a Marine, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know whether that term is used in other contexts as well?
I don't.
Okay, don't know whether it originated with samurais way back when?
I do not.
Okay.
I specialize in gangs.
Right.
And in gang culture, it means to remain silent.
Does it?
To have death before dishonor.
Does it?
In my expertise, yes.
Okay, and so you're an expert, or in your expertise, but you've never heard the phrase used in any other context before?
I'll sustain the objection. Maybe I didn't stand quite yet.
You only know of it in one context?
The context that I know it as is to remain silent and not to snitch.
That was my question.
I don't know it in any other context.
Never heard it in any other context before.
Relevant objection, that's the answer.
I stand objection.
So in 2015, April 25th, going into 26th to be specific, you're at the compound, right?
Yes, sir.
And you see all of the names that you've mentioned before. You see Frontavia Stevens, right, at some point. Yes?
Yes, sir.
You see Jimmy Winfrey at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
The person that you don't see is Jeffrey Williams.
I do not.
I noticed you mentioned earlier that you saw Jeffrey Williams' sister.
Correct.
What's the name of the sister?
I believe it was either Dolly or Dora. I don't know them apart.
Okay, but her name is either Dolly or Dora.
Correct.
Her name ain't Jeffrey Williams' sister, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what we know for a fact about the 25th, that night, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams, was not in the state of Georgia, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that's an answer.
Not by me.
I will rule the objection. You can answer it.
You mentioned earlier that he was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana,
Correct.
on a college campus.
Correct.
All right. You weren't there, right?
I was at the compound.
Right. You never saw Dwayne Carter or Lil Wayne that night, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anyone interact with Lil Wayne that night, right?
Not from where I was positioned.
Okay. All right. You were asked a number of questions about a quote unquote timeline, the things behind you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to ask you some questions about that. And I want to get your assistance if I can. Now, this, what the state's labeled as a timeline is some incidents that you've referenced in your investigation, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, when a lot of times during your testimony, you said, we did this or we did that.
Correct.
And that's because there were other individuals involved in these investigations, right?
Correct.
So a lot of the ones that you talked about, you didn't actually go out and speak to folks. This is stuff that other people, other investigators knew and told to you.
In some instances, yes.
Okay. Now, the timeline, the state's timeline starts in January of 2015, right?
Correct.
Now, and this timeline is what you would refer to as, this conflict back and forth between what you said was YSL and If Gang, right?
Yes, sir.
But in fact, as you started looking at this, your determination was that this back and forth between them began before January of 2015, right?
That's correct.
In fact, it would go back as far as September, October of 2014.
That's correct.
There were conflicts between these individuals, these two entities that you referenced as gangs, as early as September, October 2014,
That's correct.
November 2014,
That's correct.
incidents in December 2014,
Correct.
right? And so this timeline really doesn't capture the entirety of your investigation of this conflict, does it?
It does not.
Okay, but that's where the state started, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to one, relevance of what state started, two, he's not being held.
I state objection.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and go through this timeline, starting from this January 12th, 2015 date under where it says timeline, right?
Can I speak?
Not until you get a question, all right? And what I'm gonna ask you to do is when I get to an incident that involves Kenneth Copeland, I want you to go ahead and stop me and let me put a sticky there so we can come back and talk about him, all right? Good?
Can I speak?
Well, there's no question in front of you right now.
That's the question I have to do.
The,
Go ahead, sir.
the reason I want to speak is the timeline, if you go to the next page, actually starts January 6th.
Okay, that's good. You know what?
No, I'm just trying to help you out.
Thank you. That's good too. And frankly, January 6th of 2015 is after September, October 2014, right?
That's correct.
So we're still in a position where this back and forth conflict starts back in 2014 as opposed to 2015.
Correct. It escalated upon the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Right.
Myself and my partner were tasked with another investigation, a long-term investigation before this. It wasn't until Donovan Thomas got assassinated that we got involved, and then we backtracked as we investigated and learned other information and other incidents that we were aware of, but we didn't know all of this stuff was tied together.
Okay. Did you say assassinated? Is that what you said?
Yes, I did say assassination.
Okay. And Donovan Thomas was a well-known person in that area, right?
In Atlanta, yes.
Yes. Okay. And in fact, he had a relationship with Jeffrey Williams, didn't he?
He did.
Going all the way back in 2014, right?
Yes.
Okay. Including during the period of time when this back and forth between supposedly If Gang and YSL is taking place, right?
Objection, Judge.
Basis.
Vagueness.
I state objection. You can rephrase, sir.
Remember a little while ago we talked about the back and forth between YSL and If Gang going back to September, October, November, and December of 2014?
Yes.
Right. Jeffrey Williams and the so-called leader of If Gang, Donovan Thomas, had a relationship during that period of time, did they not?
Objection, Judge. Vagueness. He needs to get a time frame.
I state objection.
All right, how about this? November 14th of 2014, all right? Jeffrey Williams
little
and
laugh.
Donovan Thomas had a relationship, right?
And objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness because of the relationship. No specificity.
Oh, I state objection. Mr. Adams, you might get a better answer by asking him about the relationship between the two of them, the two people you're trying to examine.
Here, I got a better way to go about this. How about this? All right, so where's January the 6th? That
First one.
Where,
So the-
right?
right here. Yep.
okay, so January 6th, and that's 2015. Right?
Correct.
All right, cool. All right. What was it that happened on January 6th? That's the Club
Club
Crucial thing?
Crucial incident.
Okay. And in 2000 and the January 6th incident involved Kenneth Copeland, didn't it?
Correct.
All right, so I'm gonna put that right there. We're gonna come back to that. January 12th, there's this shooting involving Kenneth Copeland's brother, right?
You skipped January 10th, which would be the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right, but let me ask you, I'm talking about Kenneth Copeland. That's what I want to focus on, okay?
Okay.
All right.
And speaking of Kenneth Copeland came up in the homicide investigation.
Okay.
And that night actually came in to speak. So if we're going to talk about the incidents,
I'm gonna object.
Basis.
Hearsay.
Overruled, sir.
Well, let's do it this way, right? I'm gonna ask you questions. Answer those questions for me. Good?
I'm here for you.
All right, there you go. That's what I like. All right, so January 12th, 2015 is a shooting that involves a relative of Kenneth Copeland, correct?
Correct.
All right. January 13th, 2015 is a shooting that involves Kenneth Copeland's sister, correct?
Correct.
Let's see. January 26th is an incident that involves Kenneth Copeland's brother, right?
That's correct.
Let's see what else we got Copeland.
And just for anyone that can't see it or didn't see Direct with Love, there is a, like, one of those flip paper things, like big sheets of paper, and Love was writing the timeline of all the dates of things that she's claiming are retaliatory shootings in relation to Donovan Thomas's murder. And Keith Adams is standing over here off camera, like going through those dates and timelines. So that's why he's like, that's why Dennis is sitting there looking this way. And why we keep hearing this loud paper moving in the back. So if you missed Direct, Love had put together basically a mini version of that Operation Planter's PowerPoint presentation just as a written timeline. And not for nothing, but I think she was injecting testimony based on the way she was writing things on that paper, but okay. FFS, thank you for the Cash App. I received your Cash App here. And for the 5 here saying, Kat, I'm so sad right now. Cash App blocked my account saying security reasons. I showed Steph the picture. Don't they realize I'm trying to fund a gang here? So shout out to the gang funding. That is hilarious. And I did receive your Cash App, so it worked. So thank you. And then Black Butterfly, yeah, you guys are loving this. A for assassination in the chat. Black Butterfly says the assassinated characterization, though. And that's a great example of the way, like, why it might be an issue to take something like lyrics out of context. If we take words out of context and give them meaning that they don't actually have, with real words that are spoken in everyday conversation, imagine the damage we can do by trying to take an interpretation of a song lyric and use it as a factual statement or an assertive statement. Like, we just saw a great example of how this detective got words wrong. Words that were actually stated to him as other words, going from down bad to assassinated. Like, what? And to me, guys, down bad, the most I hear that used usually means you're broke, or you're worked up over a girl that you lost, or you find out your girl's cheating on you, and you'll say something like, oh, he's down bad over that. Like, he's really got to get it together. He's depressed. He's not showering. He's all caught up because his girl left him. Or you're broke. Those are the ways that I hear down bad used the most. I don't have any experience with anybody using that phrase to mean somebody just got killed. So.
19th.
Right here, February 19th, right? February 19th is an incident where Kenneth Copeland is shot at on the Maury Avenue location, right?
Yes, sir.
And actually, let me ask you something. Before February 19th, there was an incident where you and Gaither went looking for Kenneth Copeland, right?
Looking for? What is it?
Well, was there a time when you and Detective Gaither approached Kenneth Copeland and he pulled a gun on you?
That is correct.
Okay.
You would like me to elaborate on it?
No, I'm just asking whether that happened. Because it happened, right?
He didn't pull the gun. He attempted. I never met Kenneth Copeland.
Okay.
And amongst this investigation, just like with everybody else, I never met him. So when we saw him get off the highway, my partner knew him. She said, there you go. I started following.
Okay.
Based on all this that's going on, he pulled up in front of 322 Glen Street. He didn't know. They've been shooting at him multiple times.
Okay.
So when we started following him, he pulled off to the side and he looked as if he was pulling a gun. We were plainclothes detectives. I pulled my service weapon because I didn't know if he knew who I was, and I wasn't trying to find out. And the moment that he saw that it was Detective Gaither and myself, yeah, we believe he had a gun. Did we see the gun? No.
Okay.
But we were in a plainclothes capacity, and 322 Glen Street is a known gang hangout. we pulled away and let it go because we didn't have vests on and we were not in a position to engage him.
You never engaged them?
Not that day, no.
Didn't speak to him that day?
We spoke to him and told him that we were the police. Yes.
Okay.
We identified ourselves. Yes, I think we were in a Charger or something at the time. So he didn't know if we were the police. We weren't in a marked vehicle. So once we did that, yeah, we let him know that, no, this is us. Like, we know we had to deal with this every day. So we knew what was going on and was very aware of the danger of it all and our actions, my actions, because I was a driver.
Okay, so you pull up on him. Looks like he has a gun. You don't know for sure.
Correct.
You didn't see a gun.
I did not.
You pulled your gun.
I sure did.
Right. But that certainly was Kenneth Copeland, right?
That definitely was Kenneth Copeland.
Okay, let's see. And so when we go to April 28th, let's see.
That's not him.
Okay, where's our next Kenneth Copeland?
The 28th, that day.
Lay it down.
Or Dunbar thing.
So we got another Kenneth Copeland incident, and this is where he is at the Dunbar Rec Center with an assault rifle, right?
Correct.
All right. That's what we got for Kenneth Copeland on this, right?
I believe so. At that point, I think he was taking my custody.
Okay. Because he's got an assault rifle, he's a convicted felon, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, on my count, one, two, three, 4, 5, 6 things that we've identified Kenneth Copeland, right?
Correct.
All right. Here we go. The Dexter Montgomery incident. And you were asking questions about that by both the state and Mr. Shaw, right?
Yes, sir.
You and Detective Gaither became involved in that investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
That was after the initial investigator, Robinson, was involved in it, true?
That's correct.
Did I hear you say earlier that you and Investigator Gaither took over and did your own investigation?
That is correct.
And you talked to some people, right?
That is correct.
With an eye towards trying to determine what the true facts of that case were, right?
That is correct.
And you did so. I heard you say it was you and Gaither wanted to do your own investigation of that incident, right?
That is correct.
Regardless of what Investigator Robinson, Officer Robinson.
Investigator Robinson.
Right. But you had access to Officer Robinson's file, didn't you?
We had access to what we were given by Investigator Robinson.
Were you given his report?
We were given, I believe, 4 sheets of paper.
All right. That was his police report.
That's what whatever we were given. I don't recall exactly everything that was in.
But I mean, I would presume that before you and Gaither began y'all's investigation, trying to figure out what really happened with this Dexter Montgomery thing, that y'all would look to see what it is Investigator Robinson had done or hadn't done, right?
That's correct.
You knew from looking at his file that Robinson had actually already done video interviews or audio video interviews of individuals involved in that case, didn't you?
From what we discovered after, I think we got the case almost a month afterwards, based on the information that we had, it shouldn't have taken that long. If, according to Investigator Robinson, if he knew the individuals that was in the video, the video that we presented or whoever presented here, it should have been an open and shut case. And the individual that was charged, which was Kelvin Treadwell, he was charged with obstruction for not telling him who had his vehicle. I've never known that you can charge somebody for that.
Right, but that was my question.
Okay.
I want you to pay real close attention to what I'm asking.
Okay.
All right. You knew, like in terms of the evidence in this case, in the Montgomery case, you knew by the time you came onto it that Investigator Robinson had done audio tape and videotape interviews of individuals.
No.
You didn't know that?
Well, by the time we got this case, from what I remember, we took a stapler and the file, we took a look at what we received and we stapled it up.
Did you read it?
We looked in it, yes. I don't know. I know we looked at it.
Okay.
But based on the information that we received, we wanted to do our own investigation. So we are aware of everything that happened the way that, so that we are familiar with everything that happened, not on what he was saying.
Well, Investigator Robinson is one thing, but witnesses that he would have interviewed, right, who you guys would subsequently interview, you'd want to know what those people said initially to Investigator Robinson, right?
Correct.
All right, so when you read Investigator Robinson's report, did you see, for example, whether or not he had done interviews with Tina Clark, one of the women in one of the vehicles?
I believe he attempted to call her and didn't speak to her or something along those lines. I don't recall him speaking to Tina Clark.
Okay, would it refresh your memory about whether he spoke to Tina Clark?
I want to object to the
Basis.
form of the question. Maybe approach briefly.
Yes.
All right, so they sustain that. And remember, guys, this is a great, great metaphor, you know, for catching someone down bad. If I spend several minutes trying to push you into a pool and then the next hours later you forget the struggle and get close enough to the edge, I've caught you down bad. But the issue here isn't somebody getting caught down bad by somebody. The issue is the state is arguing that a song lyric where Jeffrey Williams says caught him down bad in a song is supposed to be a causal relationship. That caught him down bad means a specific person or persons caught Donovan Thomas down bad, right? So it's not really, the issue isn't really that somebody was caught down bad. I think we could say that, sure, Donovan Thomas was caught down bad because he was standing out in the open and got shot in a drive-by. But the state's issue is not that he was caught down bad, but Jeffrey Williams using the phrase caught him down bad in a song is supposed to tie a causal relationship between who ordered the hit and who carried it out against Donovan Thomas. I think they actually just come back from this day and send the jury home. Yeah, they sent him home. So we're going to move into day 74 to continue with Keith Adams' cross. I had it queued up somewhere. All right, day 74. And yeah, and I assume you always get it, Ike. And Touche, thank you for the 5 objection bolstering for his facial expressions. Yeah, did you guys see that? Especially when he was sitting sideways looking over at the paper that's off screen. Every time there was an objection and there was a ruling from the judge and Keith Adams would start his questioning again, Dennis would be like, like, just so obvious. And if you guys joined this stream late, earlier on in the day when Shart was doing cross-examination, you know, they had to get the witness and the jury out of the room, and the judge really, really laid a hammer down on Shart. I think it was way over the top from Judge Glanville. You could definitely tell that Glanville had it out for Shart. But after that interaction, Keith Adams, he stated it like, I have something that's not related. But then Keith Adams' issue was, look, this witness, Detective Dennis, on the stand right now, he's sitting this close to the jury, and he keeps making these facial expressions and noises in response to some of the questions or some of the rulings. So can we, like, not have the witness do that so close to the jury? Because it's going to convey something right in front of them. And great example here, Touche is highlighting it. It's still happening after Keith Adams made this request, because they didn't actually speak to the witness about being more cautious with their body language. But I agree, bolstering for his facial expressions, the hard talking, and the weird laugh. Ugh, yeah, 1000%.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, retired Detective Dennis. Sir, you're still on the oath, okay?
All right.
All right. Mr. Adams?
Dennis, Professor.
Good morning.
All right. Where to start? One of the things you testified to yesterday, maybe the day before, was in regards to your observations of individuals at the compound on the night of April 25th. True?
Yes.
And you mentioned Trontavia Stevens, yes?
Yes.
And let's see, I think you mentioned Jimmy Winfrey as well. Right?
Yes.
Right. And you knew these individuals. You recognized some of them from either previous encounters or just hadn't seen them before.
Yes.
Now, one of the people specifically, Jimmy Winfrey, who you knew as Pee-wee or Roscoe, is that right?
Yes.
That individual, that gentleman, you asked some questions about whether you followed him on, I don't know if it was Instagram, some social media platform. You remember that question?
Yes.
You said you did follow him.
Yes.
You were familiar with him from following him on not just that way, but also from following him on Instagram or, again, whatever platform it was. Yes?
Yes.
And one of the questions that was asked of you was whether you followed him in your capacity as a APD officer or personally. Remember that question?
Yes.
Your response was that you followed him in both capacities.
No.
No? You didn't
I
say-
didn't even have Instagram back in 2015 personally.
What was the social media platform that you followed him on?
Instagram.
Okay. So help me refresh my memory. Didn't you testify earlier, a day or so ago, that you followed him on social media in both your capacity as an APD officer as well as personally?
I couldn't follow him with my personal because I didn't have Instagram, a personal Instagram account at that time.
All right.
So I did not say, I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall saying, okay. But you knew him, right?
Yes.
And you knew him personally. When I say personally, you all didn't hang out and go to Buffalo Wild Wings together, but you knew who he was.
Correct.
In fact, so much so that when you saw him that night, you went up and you shook hands with him.
I didn't go up to shake his hand. He came up and shook my hand.
Oh, you all shook hands?
Yes.
Right? There wasn't anything wrong with that?
No.
There wasn't anything wrong with you associating with this person that you were in whatever capacity, right?
Correct.
You had seen him previously at other venues.
Yes.
You knew that he was someone who was kind of in the, I don't know what, club music industry of some sort. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew that he was either a burgeoning, budding, he was a rapper.
I didn't know that he rapped at the time.
Okay. You came to find out that was the case.
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you saw him, you knew that he was in whatever form or fashion involved in the music industry, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and there's nothing wrong with you shaking his hand, being associated with him or talking to him.
I found informed about something wrong.
I'll also say objection, just rephrase your times.
Okay. At any rate, when you saw him that night, you interacted with him.
Yes.
Okay. When you saw some of the other individuals you referenced earlier, you either said something to them or interacted with them in some form or fashion.
Yes.
Frontavious Stevens, were you aware whether he was at the compound that night celebrating his birthday?
No clue.
You don't know why he was there.
I did.
You don't know why anybody was there.
I did.
There were hundreds of people there at the compound that night.
Yes.
And as you described it I think you described it as even urban or inner city, maybe said hood, neighborhood type of establishment, right?
Yes.
So people come and hang.
Now I see that ill kid Jay pointing out that Dennis is wearing slime green for his testimony. However, remember the day before, Jeffrey Williams wore very close to this exact same shade of suit. So for anyone that thinks, sometimes people see something and then they might imitate it, this might be an example of that. Because it's a very similar shade. And we know he's a fan of Jeffrey Williams.
Hang out for whatever reason they want to hang out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the video that we saw yesterday, I remember I asked you some questions about the halftime video.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that you don't know anything about the makers of that video or the producers or anything like that. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would similarly not know anything about any promotional videos that would have been made to advertise any upcoming appearances or tours for Mr. Williams, would you?
I stand objection.
Okay. You were shown a video where Mr. Williams is talking about his coming appearance in Louisiana. Is that right? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not suggesting that there's anything wrong with someone putting out a promotional video for their upcoming concert.
I stand question. You can rephrase.
Are you aware of whether that was a promotional video or not?
It appeared to be.
Okay. Are you aware of whose direction or at whose direction that video was produced?
Will you rephrase? I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. Do you know whether or not some management of Mr. Williams suggested that video be made to promote his upcoming appearance in Louisiana?
I don't know.
And that's true. You don't know anything about the inner workings of any productions of any of these videos that have been testified to or shown, right?
When you say the inner workings, what do you mean?
Well, who made them, right?
Correct.
Who suggested they be made, right?
Correct.
For what purpose in regards to his profession they were made, right?
Objection to the phone back.
I stand objection.
Well, when we talked yesterday, you recollected or you agreed that Mr. Williams, by the time in 2015, you knew him to be a local, national, international performer. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you were asked about early on was the different people. You remember the video that you were showing with the cars at the vault?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked to describe those cars and whether you knew what was happening in the video. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Shaw asked this question, but the individual that you saw appeared, and when I say the individuals, I'm talking about Mr. Stevens, Mr. Winfrey, the other Mr. Dolly or Dora, whichever one of the young ladies it was. They showed up at different times at the compound. Is that right?
I saw them at different times.
You saw them at different times. You don't know when they showed up?
I don't.
Okay. you described them in a piece of your testimony as Jeffrey Williams's people or something like that. You remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes testimony.
I stand the objection. You can rephrase.
Do you remember how you described them? Do you remember describing them in some form or fashion based on their association with Jeffrey Williams?
Hold.
Yes.
Okay. Now, it is true that you know that certainly Jeffrey Williams knows and is associated with his sisters, right?
Say that question again.
You know that Jeffrey Williams, for example, is associated or knows his sisters, right?
Yes.
Right. But the fact is, all of these individuals that you described were there that night. Mr. Williams was not, right?
As an answer to objection.
Hold.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And one thing I do want to clarify. You described individuals who were outside of the compound during the course of the night. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, you said there were a lot of people, a big crowd of people, right?
Yes.
There were some people standing on street corner. Yes?
Yes.
Some people standing in line going down the sidewalk, right?
Yes.
There were some people that were moving towards or appeared to be in close proximity to where the tour buses were parked, right?
Yes.
Now, do you recall your police report referencing something like 20 or 25 people? Remember that number in your police report?
If you got a copy of it, I can take a look at it.
Well, let me just ask you if you remember how many people you saw out there that night.
A lot.
Okay. And other than the names that you mentioned, right, you don't know the association between any number of those people out there, do you?
Objection made.
Hold objection.
Do you?
I don't know. The ones that I recognized, I know the association between them and where I know them from.
Right, but I mean, if you saw 25 to 30 people, and you mentioned about, what, 5 or 6 different names of people that you knew?
Of the group, yes.
You don't know the association between those 5 or 6 people and the other, do some math, 21 or 20 people, right?
No.
Or if they were associated at all.
If I'm working and I appear to see a group of people congregating together, and it appears that they're together, then one can make the assumption that they're all together.
Right, so if you see 25 people on the street corner, you're gonna associate that all 25 of those people are associated with each other, as opposed to them just being in the same proximity?
That's a strong possibility. But on that night, I saw the people that I recognized and people that I didn't recognize standing together on the same corner.
Right. And so I'm clear, the report that you wrote, that we referenced before, was written about a month or so after the night of the compound. Is that about right?
That's correct.
The night of the compound was April 25th. Your report was maybe May 25th or 26th. That sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about different events, right? Remember that little timeline board thing behind you, right?
Yes.
You asked about those different events. Is it fair to say that in most of those incidents, you were not the person going out personally investigating those? Is that fair to say?
That's not.
No? In a lot of those, there would have been other detectives or police officers who relayed information to you. Is that right?
We worked in conjunction with other detectives. Usually a patrol officer took the initial report.
Mm-hmm.
We would then look into that report and then follow up or correspond with other detectives as we needed to.
Right. And you keep saying we, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you say we, you mean sometimes you, right?
Yes.
Sometimes Detective Gaither, right?
Yes.
Sometimes some other detective, right? Yes?
Yes.
And a lot of times, a lot of the things that you testify to, right, doesn't come from your personal knowledge. It comes from,
Hey, look, when there's objection, stop talking.
well, can I ask a question before she?
If there's an objection, stop talking. I'll give you directions after that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Basis.
Your Honor, he said a lot of the times, so this day.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase it. Okay.
Information that you've been asked a lot of times, I think the way it was phrased is, in the course of your investigation. You remember hearing that phrase?
Objection made, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Well, in the course of the investigation that you've been testifying about, a lot of the information that you got came from hearsay statements from either officers or individuals. Is that true?
Sustain the objection.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
The ASMR in Glanville's court. I don't miss that. Yes, it is sped up. It's on 1.5. Since it's a rewind, we wouldn't do this with a regular court this fast.
Yes, yes.
All right.
I may have asked you this question before, but in the event that I didn't, let me go ahead and ask it, all right? Did I hear you correctly that you don't know the time frame between which this Lil Wayne tour bus shooting occurred and the halftime video, when it was released?
I don't know the exact date, no.
Okay. All right, that's all.
All right, sir. Anyone else? Examination of this witness? Cross? Okay, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's going to be recross. So, do you guys want to watch redirect? Do you want to just jump to recross? What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Because I'll show you from this. She's going to get, there's a super long sidebar, and I know she brings up some of the same things. She's going to bring up that, where is it? Does she bring up the styrofoam cup video? I swear she brings up the styrofoam cup video again. Watch some of her recross. All right, we'll do the beginning and end line of questioning, so that way we can see how she approaches in and out, and then we'll jump to recross. So we'll watch like a few questions from the beginning.
Detective Dennis, you were asked on cross-examination a question by Mr. Sharp regarding seeing Mr. Stillwell at the compound the night of the 20th or the morning of the 26th. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you recall saying something akin to you hoped that he had gone inside and had a good time or something like that?
Yes.
Was he one of the people that you were told to keep out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay. It is.
I sustain the objection.
Was he one of the people that you were intending to not go into the club to interact with Lil Wayne?
Objection, Your Honor. Still calling.
Your Honor, the instruction
I sustain Mr. Adams' objection. I agree with Mr. Short's objection.
on direct examination, did you talk about instructions that you were given regarding what you were supposed to do at the club?
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
When you saw Mr. Stillwell, did you intend to follow or carry out the instructions that you were given as it relates to what was happening inside the club?
Objection.
Oral, sir.
Can you repeat the question?
When you saw Mr. Stillwell, would you tell the jury whether you intended to carry out the instructions you had been given as it related to who to let in or not let in the club?
For myself, I was working traffic, so I wasn't at the entry points into the club. Like I said previously, there are about 15 officers placed throughout the club. My assignment was traffic. The officers at the door would be the ones that would make the decision on who came in or not. That was not for me to make that decision.
And when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams about following Pee Wee Roscoe, and you talked about separate Instagram accounts that you did not have or did have.
Mhm.
What did you mean when you said you didn't have a personal account? What did you mean?
I had a UC undercover account. I didn't have Instagram myself up until probably recently, so couldn't follow him personally.
Okay. And when you were asked on direct by me whether you followed him in your capacity as an officer or personally, what then did you mean when you said both?
When I say both, just
I sustain the objection.
You on cross-examination told Mr. Adams, you recall, that you did not follow Pee Wee Roscoe in both your personal and official capacity. Do you remember that?
yes.
What did you mean when you said that you did?
What I meant when I said that was just because I follow him, it wasn't like I was following him with the intentions of him breaking the law. I met him when he was young. I've watched him do different things within the music. I'm happy for him. I wish he would have stayed on that track. So at the end of the day, when I follow him, I'm not following him to necessarily build a case or something.
Now, did you encounter Mr. Winfrey at any time after?
And if you ask me, she's going to go on for like an hour of redirect on Pee Wee Roscoe. And then the next witness they call, I think it's Racy, they hammer away on Pee Wee Roscoe again. Like, just going bananas with the same line of questioning. And remember, he's not actually in this courtroom. He's just he's co-indicted. He's just not part of this case. He's severed. Like a ton of time spent on this. And you could tell by the tone of her voice, this is like a big priority to her to get Dennis to give the answer she wants to hear. Huge sidebar. Then they start going into some of the exhibits that we saw played earlier. And again, we skipped these music videos because of copyright. I think this was arguments. Right, where does this start? And they end up playing this is the Lean Cup video again. Well, not this one. She plays a bunch of social media stuff here. Stuff that we've seen in other parts of the trial. We just saw this with Quindarius Zachary recently. So really not that enlightening or important unless you guys are new to this trial and haven't seen how many times these same exhibits have been introduced through different witnesses. And then I think we are on... This is the end. So this is the end of her redirect, and then we'll get recross.
I haven't finished.
Objection to the leading question.
I'll wait, let me hear.
Okay, so we just happened to catch that, but you hear that? She's mad that she didn't get to finish her question first before an objection was laid.
The question's asked.
Did you use the shell casings collected in the drive-by shootings that we talked about to in any way corroborate information?
Yes.
Ms. Lovey's already testified about that. Can we move on to something else?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just one moment. Thank you, no, that's all I have.
Redirect, or we should say recross, Mr. Sharp.
Investigator Dennis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sharp.
All right.
Now, something you guys will really like happens during this redirect, and you guys, I know you guys are going to call Glanville and Love out for it when it happens. So if you're thinking about getting out of here soon, stay for the next 15 minutes.
I'm talking about a white truck. And you did not see one on April 25th.
Objection asked and answered, Mr. Sharp.
I'll stand the objection.
That's fine. Is it fair to say that you were confused about why I was asking about a white truck?
Objection, Your Honor, as to debate and improper questioning, to be confused.
I'll stand the objection, Mr. Swan. You can rephrase, sir.
Okay. Did you know why I was asking about a white truck yesterday?
Objection, relevance.
I'll stand the objection.
You were involved in the investigation of the bus shooting?
Objection asked and answered many times.
That's been asked and answered, Mr.
That's great. Thank you. Are you not aware that Alvin Lewis, the bus driver, described two cars
Objection, Your
zooming
Honor,
by?
Objection, Your Honor, as to testifying or telling a witness about testimony of another.
I'm all over the objection.
Are you not aware that Alvin Lewis, on the night of the shooting, described two cars driving by on the driver's side of the bus? One being...
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of testimony.
I'll stand the objection, Mr. Swan. You can rephrase the question, Mr. Sharp.
Are you not aware that Alvin Lewis described a white truck driving by the bus at the time of the shooting?
Overruled, ma'am.
Are you not aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
Okay. And he also described a white sports car.
Who?
Are you aware of that? Mr. Alvin Lewis, the bus driver.
To my knowledge, yes.
We just watched a video, I believe it's 123E. I would ask,
Would you like to report?
yes, actually, could you please, if you don't, just begin, just pause it. No, I just want to. Oh, okay, Investigator Dennis, that is my client, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you pull this video off the internet?
I don't recall. I just know that at some point I viewed it.
So you don't know who pulled this off the internet? Do you know when it was pulled off the internet?
It was pulled off during the time that we were this investigation.
Do you know a date?
I do not.
Do you have a police report indicating a date of when it was pulled?
I do not.
Do you have a police report indicating who pulled it off the internet?
I do not.
Okay, at balleralert.com. Why is that on the bottom right of this video?
Oh my God, YouTube. Come
Because
on,
it was
YouTube.
probably screen grabbed from balleralert.com.
So balleralert.com is a website that reposts things? Is that correct?
Yes,
How many people, is it a popular website in your opinion?
it is.
Okay, millions of people view balleralert.com?
Yes.
Okay, what about Repost Wiz app? Why is that there?
It probably was screen grabbed when it was pulled.
Okay, and in the beginning of this video, I don't believe it was played, but you're familiar with this video, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't it have something in the beginning, even before Mr. Stillwell comes on, that says college kids or something of that nature?
If you play it, I can see it.
Well, it's been edited out here.
Objection, Your Honor, we have that one, it has not been edited out here too.
So,
What's the basis for the objection, ma'am?
The testimony that has been edited out that Mr. Sharp has made. So objection to the testimony of Mr. Sharp.
I must sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, we usually disregard counsel's last questions.
so we got a video. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You can rephrase it.
I'm sorry. We have a video. You don't know who posted the video, but you're recognizing my client in the video.
Yes.
Okay. And somehow it goes through Repost Wiz app and then ends up on Baller Alert where it's viewed by potentially millions of people.
Yes.
All right. All right. Let's talk about the game. You're a fan of hip hop.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the game, as I understand, his government name is Jason Taylor. Do you know that to be a fact?
Don't know.
Okay. The game is a West Coast artist out of California, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The game, even in now we'll just say 2015. Again, we don't know when this was posted, but as of 2015, you would agree that the game was a very popular artist.
Yes.
Okay. Wins awards, known in the hip hop community.
I'm over objection.
Wins awards, known in the hip hop community.
I stand objection.
Wins awards.
I don't know if he wins awards, but he's a popular artist.
Okay, known in the hip hop community.
Yes.
On videos on TV, correct?
Yes.
MTV, BET.
Objection, Your Honor, based as to what the question is.
I stand objection.
His music videos will be played on MTV, BET.
Objection compound, and objection speculation, and objection foundation as to where and when any of this person's music videos.
I'm a sustained objection, Mr. Short.
Have you seen his videos, his music videos?
Him being who? Him being who, sir?
Yeah,
Have I seen his videos?
Yes.
Yes.
on TV.
Yes. Or social media or YouTube or whatever.
The game is not Dwayne Carter. Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so since it's buffering anyway, let me pause it. Every time I pull up the other stream, it seems to buffer. So, Heart of Inspiration has now scheduled the fundraiser for Hurricane Helene recovery. That's going to be at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so about 5 hours from now. Hope you guys can make it. I know some people will be asleep by then, depending on where you're located. But that's going to be a great time. Heart of Inspiration, you know, great friend of the channel long before this trial even started. Very, very nice person, and it's so generous, so nice that she's doing this fundraiser effort. So I hope you guys can come join and hang out. Posting it one more time. Yeah, I broke YouTube. Sorry, guys. And I also tweeted it, posted it on X. That way, you know, if you guys aren't paying attention to the chat or when the time rolls around at 7 p.m., you want a quick way to go grab that link, just pull up my X account and you can join through that. And we'll see you there. Thank you so much for the super chat and all your support of the channel. Cannot wait to give some back tonight during your fundraiser.
Two different people, correct?
Okay, you can answer that question, sir.
Yes. Two different people.
Okay. And the game, I'm talking about April 25th, 2015, was not a concern of yours that night, correct?
Correct.
The game was not performing at the compound, was it?
No.
He was not ever advertised to perform at the compound that night, correct?
No.
Okay. Yeah. You are aware, you said you're familiar with my client.
Yes.
You're aware that he, like many people in Atlanta, was an aspiring rapper, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're aware that he would rent studio time, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation. There's no foundation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. This post that went to RepostWiz app and then to this video that ended up on RepostWiz.app and then went to Baller.
As to the characterization of this post being posted on RepostWiz.app,
So what's your
there's no
objection?
testimony to that. So mischaracterization of the testimony.
I sustain the objection.
This-
I sustain the objection on the grounds. Just go ahead.
This video that includes RepostWiz app and app Baller Alert on it. Do you know how many millions of views this video received?
I don't.
Do you know how many millions of clicks on this video
Objection,
occurred?
Your Honor, as to the number and basis and foundation.
I'm asking if he knows.
I sustain the objection.
Are you aware of any other post that this aspiring rapper made that ever got nearly as many clicks as this video?
Your Honor, to vagueness, speculation,
I sustain
assume
it.
specified in
I sustain the
evidence.
objection.
Are you aware?
Objection, he's already sustained it.
Let him pose the question first, ma'am.
Are you aware of how many clicks this video received?
Objection, Your Honor, call for speculation.
I'm asking if he's aware.
I
You can say no.
Call for speculation.
Do you know of
I
any
sustain the
other?
objection already. Go ahead.
Do you know of any other video that this man has ever posted that's received this much attention?
Objection, that would assume facts not in
I
evidence.
sustain the objection.
Okay. The game's been to Atlanta since 2015, correct?
Objection, foundation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know if the game's been to Atlanta since 2015?
Objection, thoroughness.
I'll rule that. You can answer, sir, if you.
I don't know.
Are you aware of any violence that ever came to the game and any visits to Atlanta?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know of any violent acts that have been committed against the game in Atlanta?
Objection, foundation.
I sustain the objection.
I'm asking if he knows, Your Honor. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Sir, you can answer that question.
Do you know of any violent acts that have fallen upon the game?
I'm aware of a post between the game, Jimmy Winfrey, and I believe the basketball player OJ Mayo making a post about squashing the beef that was initiated by this said video. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you again. Are you aware of any acts of violence?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's okay.
All right, Mr. Adams?
Yes.
Investigative Dennis, let me ask you a couple questions about these videos that we've been looking at. State's Exhibit 118E, that's the halftime video, right? Remember that?
Okay, yes.
All right. Remember when it was shown to you by the prosecutor a while ago and it had the words directed by BLB? Remember seeing that?
Yes.
You know who that is?
A producer or a music producer.
Okay. Did you ever, after grabbing this video, where'd you get this video from? Did you get it?
I don't believe so. I believe at some point I viewed it.
You viewed it?
Yes.
You weren't the one who got it?
No,
All right. Did you, in the course of this investigation that Ms. Love's been asking you about, speak to BLB about the video?
I did not.
Okay. And you remember where it says also directed by Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
Who else directed the video?
I guess the first person you said.
Anybody else?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. Who produced it?
I do not know.
Were you present for any of the planning meetings for this particular music video for this?
That's not evidence.
Hold on. I stand objection.
All right. Do you know whether or not there were any planning meetings for this video?
Objection, foundation.
I'll rule the objection. You can answer that, sir.
I do not.
Okay. You know who the choreographer was?
I do not.
Do you know how many takes it took to do this video?
I do not.
Objection,
do you know-
foundation, and relevance.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. You know how many takes it took to do this particular video for this artist?
I do not.
Do you know whether there was anyone positioning people to stand in a certain location or to do certain things during the course of the video?
I do not.
You were asked by the prosecutor about whether or not this music video, Halftime, was available publicly. Remember that question?
Yes,
You're familiar with the actual song, Halftime, right?
I am.
All right. Are you aware that this video is a video that was produced in conjunction with the song itself?
Yes,
And you asked whether or not it was available publicly. So let me ask you, are you aware of music artists putting out music videos to their songs and keeping them private?
All right, I did. Last thing I was, are you aware of music artists putting out music, objection, relevance?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Are you aware of Jeffrey Williams putting out other music videos?
Other, objection, relevance, Your Honor?
I sustain the objection.
Okay. In your investigation, as you were pulling these videos, did it appear to you that these music videos were to be kept private for someone who's actually putting out music?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, calls for speculation.
I sustain the objection.
How about the song Halftime itself? Was that song distributed to the public?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
That question has not been asked and answered. I would.
I'll overrule it. You can answer it.
Was it distributed to the public?
yes.
In your experience, when an artist puts out music, do they normally put it out to the public for public consumption?
Folks, you cannot talk at the same time.
Well, I'd ask to be allowed to finish my question.
Respectfully, I have told you, if an objection is posed,
This
stop
part.
talking. Please.
I would object to my being interrupted simply so I can't ask the question. I'm allowed to ask
Okay,
the question.
and
She has
you-
an objection, and then she can impose it then.
All right, so in the future, Ms. Love, wait till he finishes the question and then I'll pose, or before the witness answers, I'll make a ruling,
Your
okay?
Honor, it's the improper question.
The problem is that both of you can't talk at the same time because Ms. Weaver, she's great. She's a work at Congress, but because she takes down stuff that fast, but she cannot take simultaneous transactions. So don't do that.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the court, when there's an objection made, that the court continue to require to stop the question because it's the improper question that I have an
But I
objection.
got to listen to the question first to see, determine whether or not it's objectionable. Okay? So please do that
Yes, Your
in
Honor.
the future. All counsel going forward.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Pin that. Sorry, I was muted. Pin that.
So, Your Honor, I still object to that question, the portion that he asked up until the point that the objection is made.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Adams, you may proceed.
Let me remember the question. As you were looking at and pulling these videos for the entertainer Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, did you
Objection
pull
to
other?
characterization, Your Honor?
He hasn't finished yet, Ms. Love. If you do that again, we're going to have some problems.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know Jeffrey Williams to be an entertainer?
Yes,
Do you know him to perform under the name Young Thug?
yes.
During the course of your investigation, you testified about this particular video that the state showed. Are there other videos that you also looked at and pulled? Other music videos from Mr. Williams?
You said, are there other videos?
Yes, did you, during the course of your investigation, pull other music videos from Mr. Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, made in relevance.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer, sir.
Yes,
I've
sir.
viewed other videos. I don't necessarily pulled.
Were you able to either view or observe other videos where Mr. Williams makes reference to, in a positive manner, Mr. Dwayne Carter?
Your Honor, object to the characterization, vagueness.
I'll sustain that objection.
On State's Exhibit 125E, that was the video that was, as a matter of fact, can I have prosecution put that video up, please, 125E?
Which section? The whole thing?
The whole thing, 1, 2, I believe, 31 seconds, the portion that the state played previously.
Cough drop time.
If you don't want control, would you be kind enough to go ahead and play it now? I'll tell you when it's not, please. Go ahead. You can play now. That's fine.
Yeah, YSL. Hodges coming out Friday, first show. New Orleans, Holly Grove. Fuck, nigga. Give me that, baby. Beat me down, you did. With them dicks, too, nigga. Yeah.
Stop it right there, please.
Can't name the mixtape called 6 because these fuck ass niggas trying to sue.
All right. Would you agree that these are two different videos?
Yes.
Do you know what's taking place in the first portion that we saw? What's taking place?
I stand objection.
Do you know who it is that stitched these two videos together?
I do not.
Okay. You agree, though, that they are two separate and distinct videos, is that right?
Yes.
And so do you know when the other one actually ends and when this one that we're looking at right now, when it begins?
I do not.
Would you agree with me that stitching these two videos together does not pose an accurate depiction of what is said in either one of the videos? Would you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
I sustain the objection.
During the course of your investigation, who gets to choose whether or not you can cherry pick videos and stitch them together as a piece of evidence?
Your Honor, objection.
Basis.
As to vagueness and to the form of that
I
question.
sustain the objection.
Famous seconds, you can take that down, please. Do you know when this album that we've been talking about, Carter 6 or Carter 6, whatever it is, when it was released?
I do not.
Did you have any conversations with the producers or directors or writers of that album, Carter 6? Any conversation with them?
No, sir.
Do you have any personal knowledge about this lawsuit that is referenced and Mr. Williams references in that portion of the video?
I do not.
Who pulled that video where he's talking about this supposed lawsuit? Did you do that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you know who did?
Possibly someone within our unit.
And then did what? Gave to the DA's office and said, hey, you can use this?
Objection, Your Honor, as to one relevance to compound and three form of the question.
I stand the objection.
In the video that you were shown earlier that Mr. Shard was discussing with you, actually strike that.
It's not me.
Just making sure. You wrap this thing up. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Allen.
I'm glad it's not you. All right. That's the last couple questions about this whole discussion about the group of people at the compound, right? Remember you asked questions about 25 people. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
All right. When the prosecutor asked you whether or not these people, quote, moved together, am I correct? Or did I hear you correctly that essentially what you were doing was dispersing a crowd of people? Is that
Objection
true?
asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Do you know the names of the 25 people in that group of 25 people that we've been talking about?
Say that again.
You know the names of those 25 people?
I gave you the names of the people that I can identify, that I knew names of.
Right. And the other people, you don't know?
Not sure.
That's all I got. Thanks, sir.
Any other examiners? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Good afternoon. How are you?
A few questions for you. You recall holding up those two $100 notes?
Yes.
You testified earlier that Jimmy Winfrey offered you those currencies at the probation department, correct?
Yes.
Now, this was actually at the probation department of Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Yes.
All right. And his probation officer was there that day, correct?
Yes.
You were there that day, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go inside and share that information with the probation officer, correct?
None of us went inside. We were outside.
Okay. You did not reference that particular alleged transaction in any case note that you prepared in connection with that investigation, correct?
No.
You did not recommend to the probation officer to draw up a petition to violate his probation for offering you a bribe, correct?
No.
You did not present to a local magistrate that you were offered a bribe by Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
No.
You did not seek out an arrest warrant, correct?
No.
You stated that you held on to those notes, but you never stated that Jimmy Winfrey asked for the money back or anything of that nature, correct?
No.
And on that particular date, Jimmy Winfrey did not mention the name of any other individual that's seated in this courtroom when those alleged monies were offered. Is that correct?
No.
He didn't indicate that it had anything to do with YSL, did he?
He just mentioned that he was acting up the other night.
Okay. He didn't indicate to you that he was offering those notes on behalf.
Well, let me finish this question. Is that your question?
He did not indicate to you that is Jimmy Winfrey. He did not indicate to you that he was offering those notes to you on behalf of YSL, correct?
Basis.
Okay, here's it.
I sustain the objection.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anyone else? Any other defense examiners? All right, anything further?
Not at this time, please.
All right, may retired Detective Dennis be permanently temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporarily.
All right,
So right there, they're gonna reserve to be able to call him back if necessary. But do you guys see after that whole this like rapid fire objection, cutting off the questions before we even get like more than 2 or 3 words of the question out. And I get that sometimes that's strategic, right? If there's something you do not want the jury to hear, you might risk it all as an attorney to make sure you object to that question before the question comes out and hopefully get the ruling sustained in your favor. The problem here is Love is doing that, and then the judge is sustaining it almost in rapid succession. And then finally, once there's some pushback, it's called out. Glanville's like, all right, well, you know, when there's an objection made, you need to stop talking. And that's kind of true. That's usually something you see the witness instructed. A whole question gets out, a witness starts to answer, but the objection is laid right when the question's finished. And the witness doesn't know better. They're not used to instinctively hitting the brakes when they hear an objection. So usually when you hear, hey, when there's an objection, just hold on for a second, that's usually from the judge or the counsel asking the questions to a witness. Glanville here was trying to help the state so much that he made it the fault of the questioning attorney for not stopping their question just because an objection was raised the very first syllable that came out of their mouth. Keith Adams said, hold on, that's not really how this is supposed to work. And then Glanville turned to the state and said, all right, well, that's true. You know, I need to hear the question first to be able to rule on the objection. And if you keep doing that, we're going to have some problems. She kept doing it. Did we have any problems? Did the state have any problems? Did we actually get anywhere tangible with that admonishment at all? Because I don't think so. I don't think so. Yep. So Jamila, exactly this. The judges got to stop her to do it. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. So there, that is really, and again, this is not the end. They not only, I know the state likes to say, look, we might want to recall this witness. They say that to almost everybody, but they've indicated in recent weeks that they plan to bring Detective Dennis back up on the stand in the short term, in the upcoming future. So expect to see him back. I'm sure it'll be pretty cumulative, whatever it is that we're going to hear from him once again. And I think they're going to use him to try to rehabilitate some of the damage that's been done in recent weeks now that Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary have taken the stand. I think they're using these detectives to bookend the things that they didn't really verify in the course of their investigation. Like, oh, once they actually come up and show the lies or the holes in our theory of the case, we'll just call the detective back up to repeat themselves. I think that's the state strategy here. But yeah, I object to this being a short stream. It's almost 4 hours. I know that's technically shorter than a full court day. But we have some things. I know, thank you, Flesh of the Gods is doing a YSL stream tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The mods have shared the link to that. And then at 7 p.m., and I hope you guys can join because it's for a good cause, is the fundraiser for, you know, not just recovery efforts for Hurricane Helene, but it's really focused on North Carolina, which I think is really important because when this all made news, we knew it was going to hit Florida. You know, you had organizations deploy and start raising funds and awareness for it. And then all of this unexpected, really damaging stuff has happened because of floodwaters in Tennessee and North Carolina. So I think this is a really important cause to help families in North Carolina, businesses, entire roadways have washed away. I'd pull up some footage. I think there might be some copyright issues, but also it's really triggering. So I don't want to just pull up stuff on the stream. If you guys want to look at some stuff, just search the word flooding on X and look at the media, the videos and pictures being posted. It's really gut-wrenching to see the damage that's been done. Entire sides of roadways collapsing into the riverbeds below because the water, there was just so much erosion on the side of the riverbed that half the roadways are collapsing down. Just insane, insane stuff. So at 7 p.m. ET, Heart of Inspiration is doing a fundraiser. I'm going to be over there. I hope you guys can join if you can. Or tell a friend about it. Let them know. Yeah, just crazy. So one happy white girl says Chimney Rock, North Carolina is about 45 minutes for me and it's horrible. Charlotte didn't get that bad. We had the Nutty Brunette is looking to try to get in touch with a family member in Burnsville, North Carolina. And Burnsville, guys, has some of the viral footage from North Carolina is coming out of Burnsville. The one picture, I think I-40 is the route name, just completely washed away. People have posted the before and after, and I've seen that go viral. These towns that we don't really know, if you don't live in North Carolina, don't know the area, not towns you think of often, but they're completely just turned into a river yesterday. Like, so scary to look at. At 3 p.m., I know you guys have been talking about the Mayor Adams stuff, which I think is very interesting because Alex Spiro is apparently one of his attorneys. That guy is very interesting to watch. Spicy attorney is one of the ways I would put that. Recently represented Alec Baldwin in the Rush trial. Has also represented Elon Musk. We did a reading of a deposition where it was supposed to be Elon Musk being deposed. Spiro, through a pro hoc vice admission, sat as counsel for Elon Musk during this deposition. And Mark Bankston was opposing counsel. And Mark Bankston might sound like a familiar name because he represented plaintiffs in the Sandy Hook trial against, oh my god, why can't I remember his name? Alex Jones. I got stuck on Alec from Alec Baldwin. But Alex Jones, that monstrous judgment against Alex Jones, Mark Bankston, if that name rings a bell, that's why. So we did a deposition reading and it was Alex Spiro sparring with Mark Bankston. You really barely heard a word from Elon Musk. It was them two going at each other the whole deposition. So if you guys like spicy, dramatic lawyering, I'm sure we will get that in Eric Adams' everything moving forward with the indictment, just because Spiro's his attorney. So my friend Pam Entertainment TV is about to cover that at 3 p.m. I did set up a redirect there. She'll also be covering some of the Diddy case news, the new lawsuits that have come forward against Diddy. I don't know if you guys know the name Tony Busby. Tony Busby is in rare form. I don't like to call attorneys ambulance chasers. I'll personally say I think Tony Busby is an ambulance chaser, and I think he's very good at being an ambulance chaser. He is the one that went out and did the research for Deshaun Watson, the accusers of Deshaun Watson. Went out, found a bunch of the women that have received DMs, messages from Deshaun Watson on Instagram, the massage parlors, all of that. If you know the name Tony Busby, it's because of that 26-person lawsuit against Deshaun Watson that might be ringing a bell for you. But with Diddy, he's gone out and gathered, he's now lead counsel for over 50 alleged victims that are coming forward against Diddy in a class action type suit. So Pam Entertainment TV will also be talking about that. This is set to redirect there since that's starting soon, but let me get the link. It'll definitely be very interesting to watch more on those two topics. Oh, and I think Naomi Campbell. So she's also going to be talking about the Naomi Campbell lawsuit. So those are the three things Pam's going to talk about. So hope to see you guys chat over there. Yeah, what else do we got? Can we redirect to a K&W Gang movie lunch hour? I think we'd have to do that off of YouTube. So yeah, that's kind of my schedule for the day, hanging out with Pam in a couple minutes. And then at 7 p.m. Eastern, that fundraiser for North Carolina. Very excited and enthusiastic about that with Heart of Inspiration. And then Flesh of the Gods to round out the night. And anything else you guys want to shout out before we close this out? And again, if you get lost around 7 p.m. Eastern and are looking for that fundraiser link, I did share it on X. And then here is the 9 p.m. ET for Flesh of the Gods. We're almost at exactly 4 hours. We can end it at 4. I can make it go for another 3 minutes if we play ABCs of Steel. Oh, and then hold on, I'm a mess here. I was like chatting so much about what's going on. A big thank you here to Ike. Ike says $4.99 of high grade green for defense's ability to keep their composure. Wow. Yeah, for real. Like, you might have heard me say I couldn't be a trial attorney because some of those moments Like what we just saw, and then earlier in the stream, we watched Glanville and Shart go at it. That was day 73. We caught the end of that at the beginning of the stream. Those moments when I get so mad like that, I'd have to take a step out of the courtroom. So shout out to the patience that these defense attorneys have for not losing their minds. Like crazy stuff. How would you, like, if I didn't get mad and lash out or storm out of the room, you'd probably just see tears come down my face because I couldn't let it out. So absolutely shout out to their composure. And thank you so much, Ike, for the support. Touche says, Whitaker's making the defense stop the question. Yeah, and that is true. But it's not quite as frequent as this was. I think there's been more times from Whitaker in her short time where we've heard Whitaker say, well, I haven't even heard the question yet. Right? So how do I know if your objection's going to actually stick? Right? But there are some times where you can tell she says sustained mid-question because she can anticipate what the question is and she knows it's something the defense probably shouldn't be asking. Other times, I think Whitaker doesn't pay attention. We have a little bit of that with Glanville, but there's definitely moments where Judge Whitaker seems zoned out, hears the word objection, and just says overruled or sustained. And then one of the parties will challenge her like, wait, did you mean overruled? Or did you mean sustained? Because it's kind of obvious she wasn't all focused in. So that's problematic in its own way. And then, thank you so much, Touche. FFS says, Kat, love you guys and Steph. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to be celebrating Steph's birthday wherever we go. Also, shout out happy birthday to Lori Stitt if you're still in the chat. Angie gifting a membership. Thank you, Angie. Angie's so nice and gifts out like a membership here and there, but they add up. So much support for the channel and such a sweet way to give support. Thank you to Angie. And FFS says, Kat, major shout out to you. Thanks for being here. It's nice to be back. It felt like kind of lonely on Thursday and Friday, not having court streams. I missed everybody. So, but yeah, I think we've got our TV guide lineup, you guys. And if you guys are in North Carolina, even Tennessee, I know is still having issues with people not being able to communicate with family members. If you could do anything to raise awareness, it doesn't mean you need to give to a fundraiser monetarily, but if you can just help people connect with resources, that's another way you can help victims and family members try to come together. I mean, just think about it. There's no roadways in some of these towns right now. There's no lines of communication, no power lines, no internet, no cell phone service, right? You know, there are people in Florida that may have lost power, but there's rescue squads, there's cell service now, there's a little bit more preparedness, and North Carolina is really just going through it right now, some of these towns. So anything to raise awareness and help people get connected could really make a big difference. It's just heartbreaking looking at some of the stuff. So I cannot wait. Heart of Inspiration. Heart of Inspiration, just a random comment I'm pulling up, says, I agree. I think Whitaker's getting annoyed. I agree too. But thank you so much for putting together that fundraiser. I cannot wait for it. When this ends, it is going to redirect to Pam Entertainment TV. So, and I'm sure I'll nudge Pam on it and let Pam know about your fundraiser. I think you guys are friends. I think you guys know each other. And I'll see you guys, if not in Pam's stream, hopefully over in this 7 p.m. Eastern fundraiser tonight. We will end on a good note, you guys. Thank you so much. And learn your ABCs.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfetter. K as in kittens. M as in magic. P as in perfect. C as in Colette. U as in unbelievable. V as in victory. W as in wonderful.
O for objection. S for sustain. B for buffering. E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you as in what you mean. I as in adultery call. M as in may I speak. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. gavel slams down E for telling anything. R for rights we stand. I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance. Keep your stances strong with ABCs of steel. You can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round. Never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round.